distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to day two of the Critical Island Studies in collaboration with Performance Studies International 2026. Let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you all had a wonderful and restful night. Today, we have another jam packed and exciting lineup of intellectual discussions, starting with our keynote sessions and continuing into our parallel sessions. But before we begin, please take a moment to settle in and make yourself comfortable. Ladies and gentlemen, therefore, we will now proceed to our keynote session. This insightful session will be fully moderated by Ma'am Iyad Veda Arsitapu. Iyad Veda Arsitapu is Associate Professor in the English Literature Study Program at Universitas Kristen, Indonesia. She teaches courses in learning strategies in higher education, ASEAN literature and literary seminar. Her research interests include English as a foreign language in Indonesia, graduate competencies, gender studies, and treasure studies. She actively promotes the importance of career development in higher education as a means of responding to the evolving demands of the labor market and the challenges posed by the massification of higher education. Her current publication is a monograph titled Learning Strategies in Higher Education in Indonesia, as well as articles which are nationally and internationally published. Without further ado, please welcome Ma'am Ian Veda Arsitapu. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Adi. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't be distracted by my bio because today's event is all about the keynote speakers that we are going to have. So this morning we are going to have two keynote speakers, and I would proudly call Ibu Wening Udasmoro. She is a professor of literature and gender at Universitas Gajah Mada in Yogyakarta, and she got her PhD in gender studies from the University of Geneva, Switzerland, and obtaining her master's degree in the same field at the same university. Currently, she is vice rector for education and learning of Universitas Gajah Mada. She was dean of the Faculty of Cultural Studies of the same university, vice dean of academic and student affairs at the same university, and associate director of Indonesian Consortium for Religious Studies. Very impressive bio. I would like to welcome her to the stage to have her keynote speech today, which entitled Islands and the History of Indonesian Human Economic Mobility. And before that, I would really like to mention a few things of her achievements here that I earlier forgot. So she's the author of The Art of Peace in Ambon and the An Intersectional Reading in Insurgency and Ethno-Religious Conflict, the Cases of Aceh and Ambon in International Feminist Journal of Politics, from codification to conservation, community-led strategies for revitalizing the Enggano Island, endangered language and biocultural diversity. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Professor Wening Udasmoro.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. So first of all, I would like to thank Ibu Yet and Ibu Susan for inviting me this morning to talk about something. Maybe you know already the story, but I want to connect the dots of that story. Yeah, please, Mas. Yeah. So before I wrote the island and the history of Indonesian, but because it's only his who create his story about her also. So I take it out of his. So island and the story of Indonesian human economic mobility. Yeah, next. Let's start with the map of Southeast Asia and their island. So when discussing Southeast Asian countries, including Indonesia, a striking feature is that many of them consist of islands. And the vast number of this island is often a source of pride and is regarded as a form of wealth. So we are proud of that we have a lot of island. However, in reality, people or those who living on this island, there exists in a state of segregation and discrimination. Next. So I argue that when we talk about island, we need also to talk about the subjects discriminated in that island. Talking about island is talking about how discrimination are established by the power or the political regimes. But which island discriminated and who are the subject discriminated? Java, for instance, Java is an island, but it is the most developed island in Indonesia. Or other islands are discriminated physically and symbolically. Let's see the island in eastern part of Indonesia. They are very, very discriminated. Even to go there is really a struggle. But who are the subject discriminated in the island? Including in Java, they experience also discrimination and subordination. For instance, I want to talk today about human trafficking. It's one of the aspects related to this issue. Next. I will start with the definition of human trafficking. Usually people understand that human trafficking is commonly defined as a recruitment, transport or harboring of a person for work through threat, violence, abduction or deception. The aim is exploiting the victims through forced labor, prostitution, slavery, or the removals of organs. This definition describes a crime in which those who are trafficked are victims of compulsion. Next. But in reality, when we talk about people mobility from island to other island, yet on closer examination, the history of Indonesia presents the mobility of people from one island to another or to other island to other country. It was simply, people think that this is simply a matter of migration. In reality, the threat in human beings has taken place from the impoverished population to other island region from the 19th century to present. That this is the story of a long migration. People think that this is just a question of migration, but it's not that simple to perceive that kind of idea. Look at this one is the illustration of people from Nusa Tenggara Timur moved at the time to Malaysia, for instance. They have to leave their island from Nusa Tenggara Timur. Next. So I call that one is the Indonesian trafficking. I put trafficking in italic. This mobility of people for economic ends is often not labeled trafficking because it is treated as a voluntary choice. And yet these people move with the help of agents driven by economic motives. Those who undertake such mobility do so under compulsion as well, above all the compulsion of poverty. This is the case of the mobilization of the mobility of Javanese people in 19th century to Suriname. So we can see if you go to Suriname, 1/3 of the population are the Javanese, the descendant of the Javanese. Next. We see, I just give the illustration that they love the place they live, but they must survive. So they resign themselves to leaving their island for other more daunting places. We see they live from different islands in Indonesia, the beautiful island, but they have to go from their island. Yes? Next. Yeah. So we start here, how when they arrive in the place, they live, the new place, exploitation and violence they face. In the new place, the island of dream, they face also exploitation, violence and other forms of oppression, both physical and symbolic. This is the story of two Javanese laborers escaped from exploitation in Nomfor Island. We see they are still very young, and they have to escape. Yeah, in that era when they're treated badly by their bosses, their patron. Next. So I call this as a human economic mobility related what we call as a continuum of exploitation. Scholars of unfree labor have long argued that mobility for economic ends cannot be sorted into the clean binary of voluntary between migration versus trafficking. They propose instead a continuum exploitation stretching from minor breaches of labor condition to forced labor and human trafficking. Next. So here is the picture of how continuum of exploitation working. The continuum of exploitation is a framework that views labor and human right abuse not as isolated criminal act, but as a sliding scale. It connects everyday workplace violation, like unpaid wages or low wages, to extreme crime, human trafficking, human forced labor, emphasizing how ignore minor infraction allow worse abuse to develop. We see other forms of labor exploitation, yeah, starting from other forms of labor exploitation, just like this is consensual to less favorable condition, into severe labor exploitation, into human trafficking, and then slavery, servitude, forced labor, for instance. Yeah. Next. So what this framework makes visible and what the case of Indonesia's island and their subjects demonstrate with particular force is that the same structural compulsion, above all poverty, and the rights mobility we are accustomed to calling migration and mobility, we are willing to call trafficking like. It is almost invariably specific groups that fall victims to this practice. The lower is always the lower class, the certain age groups, sometimes individuals of working age. They can be men and women who nonetheless become vulnerable due to their social class standing. Next. So my presentation examines a range of empirical situations in Indonesia in time and space that fall along this continuum of exploitation. This include first the mobility of kuli contract coolies to New Caledonia by French government in West Indies under the Dutch rule, the mobility of migrant laborers from across Indonesia's island since Suharto era to other islands within Indonesia or to other countries across Asia. And the third one is form of human economic mobility that are unambiguously human trafficking, such as the mobility of people from Indonesia island to work as scammers in Cambodia. Next. So these people are the victims of structural poverty. In practical terms, these are people seeking work amid the difficult economic condition of the island where they live. And yet they are also the victims of the structure and system that produce the subjugation of economic vulnerability groups in Indonesia. It is a structural poverty, a persistent condition where entire groups of people remain trapped in poverty due to systemic inequalities, discriminatory practices, and flawed institutional framework. This is, for instance, the story of migration from Java to other islands outside Java. This is the picture of Javanese transmigrant moving from Java to Lampung in 1905 during the colonial time. Next. And here is the Javanese kuli kontra in New Caledonia. In 1864, people deemed problematic in France were sent to New Caledonia, given jobs as farmers on the island. And with mining discoveries, such as nickel, the French in New Caledonia could not afford to do the work themselves. So they tried to take advantage of a system that had been developed by the Dutch, namely the Kuli Ordonnance, issued in 1880. The people sent to New Caledonia and to Suriname called kuli contract. This is the story of the kuli contract. This book was written by the descendant, a woman descendant Javanese in New Caledonia, and the other side is when they work in that nickel company. Next. So 170 Javanese left for New Caledonia by ship on February 15, 1896. There were roughly 87 boat voyage from Java Island to the island in New Caledonia between 1896 to 1846. So a period of 50 years, but still continued in 1970 with different situation, different condition. Yeah, these other people flew to New Caledonia. They're still young, less than 17 years old, I think. Yeah, and around 5,000 Javanese were transported by several large ships from the departure point Semarang, Surabaya, and Batavia. Next. And these new two novels, this is a true story of the two women. They got story from their parents and grandparents. The novel is Labayu de Jakarta Anumea by Lilian Saint-Omer and Le Rêve Accompli de Bandung Anumea by Ama Bastiang. These two novels written by two women. This is very, very interesting because the one who wrote in New Caledonia were women, mostly women. Yeah, next. And so what is human economic mobility in Lilian Saint-Omer's story? The female character depicted came from a poor family in Java. Her daily occupation was working in the field as farmer. And she had to do hard work even though she was only 15 years old. And she was exploited by her stepmother. So the severe suffering was explicitly used as one of the reasons for her to exile to New Caledonia. Next. So the continuum exploitation taken from the history that there was a struggle to be carried out by this female character. She had to fight alone in order to survive in the land of exile. She was not only struggling against other individuals, but also against the system based on gender, race, social class that favors men in that island. For example, she became the sexual object of the sailors, the object exploited by her patrons, men and women, object betrayed by her husband. So even her marriage was canceled by her patron. So she got married, but the parents said, I don't agree with your husband, so you have to divorce. So she had to divorce because of that systemic problem, systemic situation at the time. Next. So out of the, so this is what I want to say, that the story illustrates how a continuum of exploitation unfolds, not only on the destination island, but also on the island of origin. It involves human trafficking disguised as colonial era labor regulation. They are held captive by poverty, seemingly with no way out. In reality, they merely escape one form of poverty only to plunge into a different kind of suffering. The new island represents a place of hope, yet it takes generations to truly become embraced citizen, even as memories of their origin island never fade. So my title here is Out of the Lion's Mouth into the Crocodile Jaw. Next. How about mobility, human economic mobility during Suharto era? We see new order government during President Suharto sent Indonesian TKI, Indonesian migrant, to many different countries, yeah, neighboring countries and also Arab Saudi, etc. Many found their dream to get the financial capital for themselves and their family. We see usually they are put differently, separately with other passengers in Soekarno-Hatta airport. Many of them are still young also. Next. But many suffer from violence and other exploitation. Many of them died because of torture by their bosses. But what is very, very important is that they are subordinated not only in their new place, but also inside Indonesia by the Indonesian people. Next. Let's see. They are awarded here in Indonesia as the heroes of foreign exchange. Because I think the third income of Indonesia come from this laborer who work outside the country. They are considered as heroes of income. And at the time there was a big, poster in Soekarno-Hatta, selamat datang, welcome the heroes of income, ya, selamat datang pahlawan devisa. Yeah, they put like that, yeah. In reality, they are positioned as taxpayer forced by a system since their arrival in the airport when they're coming back from the country they work. Many of them have to pay million rupiah for the valuable goods they brought, mostly for souvenir for their family. You know, it is becoming a big issue several months ago because a lot of goods they brought, the tax people ask them to pay, yeah, ask them to pay the tax, yeah. So labeling them heroes is merely a ploy to appropriate the fruit of their labor. This is, the situation when they try to open those people's goods, yeah, in Soekarno Hatta Airport. Next. The last one, this is trafficking in Cambodia and Myanmar. Hundreds of Indonesian men and women become victims of trafficking by a certain scammer syndicate in Cambodia. And most of them have a dream to get the good salary from the neighboring countries. Many of them were killed and their organs were taken out from their body. Next. So here, going to the conclusion. Human economic mobility and irresponsibility of the state. Indonesia is a very, very rich country, but its richness is controlled by only certain people in the power, certain groups of people, we call it oligarchy. So the different powers lead the countries from the colonial regime to the so-called now democratic regimes, but they have the same attitude. Letting people in poverty, letting people escape from the country, they let people doing this. And those people only become victims of human economic mobility or human trafficking in a continuum of exploitation. And this is irresponsible new discourses by the state. Several months ago, one of the ministers said, don't just criticize and act as if everything is terrible. If you think it's all bad, then just leave Indonesia. And then several days ago, the president said, if you feel that Indonesia is bleak, feel free to look for another country. Go ahead, no one is stopping you. So it's just that this country is their own, belong to them only. Next. Yeah, so closing, yeah. So human economic mobility is not always about trafficking. However, being forced to go abroad due to circumstances, specifically poverty, constitute a form of trafficking, both symbolic and material, that places individuals along a continuum of exploitation. No one is happy to leave their country when facing poverty or hardship. When government officials display citizen due to an inability to resolve poverty, they are effectively pulling their people out of the lion's mouth only to cast them into the crocodile jaws. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Wening. I'm always glad to hear about her speak, yeah, when in a seminar like this. So today she brought an issue of human trafficking, actually in a shape of economic mobility, yeah, Ibu, yeah, from island to island, but then it is caused by poverty. And I really like the way she opened up to you guys all about what our uh, president said to the people of his country, that they just nobody stopped them if they want to leave the country. Thank you very much, Ibu. I think we are going to discuss later, yeah, when we open for discussion. So uh, allow me to call our second keynote speaker this morning. Um, we have Professor Syed Farid Alatas for our second speaker this morning. Let me read his bio. Professor Syed Farid Alatas is a professor of sociology and anthropology at the National University of Singapore and visiting professor at the Department of Anthropology and Sociology, University of Malaya. He also headed the Department of Malay Studies at National University of Singapore from 2007 until 2013. He lectured at the University of Malaya at the Department of Southeast Asian Studies prior to joining National University of Singapore. In the early 1990s, he was a research associate at the Women and Human Resource Studies Unit, University Science Malaysia. He also authored numerous books and articles, including Ibn Khaldun, published by Oxford University Press, Applying Ibn Khaldun, The Recovery of the Lost Tradition in Sociology, published by Routledge, um, Sociological Theory Beyond the Canon by Palgrave, and he has a forthcoming book on the decolonization of knowledge from the Malay world will be published by Duke University Press. His area of interest are the sociology of Islam, social theory, religion and reform, intra and interreligious dialogue, and the study of the problems of colonial and Eurocentric knowledge. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Syed Farid Alatas.
Good morning, everyone. I want to talk about decolonization. And so let me begin by saying that for all the advancements in social sciences and humanities, bearing in mind that the modern disciplines, particularly sociology, anthropology, geography, and others, have been around for about 200 years. And for at least, depending on which part of our region, Southeast Asia, have been in our region for 80 to 100 years. I think a bit earlier, maybe in the Philippines, because Santo Tomas was when was Santo Tomas founded? 1611. So the modern social sciences would have come in by the 19th century. But we've had at least 180, 70, 80, 100 years of modern social sciences in Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia. In spite of that, there is something that's extremely backward about the social sciences. And that is its indifference to ideas and concepts from intellectual traditions outside of the Western. We can give numerous examples to demonstrate that. In my field, in sociology, the founders are white men, Marx, Weber, Durkheim, as if to say that during the 19th century, when in the context of the Industrial Revolution, the rise of capitalism, and many social forces that were changing societies, only white men thought systematically about society. White women did not, and certainly men and women of color elsewhere in the world were simply not thinking. And we can give many other examples. In the field of migration studies, for example, the Malays and Indonesians use the term migrasi, Indonesianized or Malayized term from migration, ignoring the rich vocabulary in Malay Indonesian that refers to different types of movements of people. For example, you have merantau, you have berhijrah, and several other terms that each of them refer to different types, and therefore there are different concepts of migration. So if you take language seriously, language is not simply a means of communication, and it's certainly should not be relegated to a means of translation from English to your own language. Language is a repository of concepts and ideas, but these have been ignored. So that's the spirit in which I'm speaking this morning. And I do want to speak about the decolonization of island studies. Now, it's interesting, let me just preface this with an observation that European colonization began with islands, because Columbus, in looking for India, actually found a small island in what is today called the Bahamas in 1492. It's also interesting that the first anti-colonial slave revolution also took place on an island, Haiti, right, in 1804. Although the very first anti-colonial revolution was actually the American Revolution, 1776. But it wasn't an anti-slave revolution, because many of the participants, the so-called founding fathers of the US, were also slaveholders. But the colonization of islands continues. Among the 17 non-self-governing territories listed by the United Nations, 15 are islands. I've got the Falkland Islands. I don't remember what else. I didn't prepare very well, so I don't have the list of the 17. But Google it. Believe me, there are 17 non-self-governing islands. St. Helens is one, and a few others. But we can also add to that list. There are others which are arguably colonies. For example, Puerto Rico would be considered by many as a colony of the US. So colonization of islands continues. Now I want to speak about decolonization, but not of the islands, but of island studies. And I begin with the idea that islands form a chain, a group, or a network called an archipelago, what the Europeans referred to as maritime Southeast Asia. Now, when the Europeans refer to maritime Southeast Asia, the stress is on shipping, on water. So the stress is on, when they talk about maritime, the stress is on shipping and water navigation. But what the Europeans refer to as maritime Southeast Asia, the Malays called kepulauan. The Malay word pulau means island. Kepulauan means archipelago, right? So there the stress is neither on land nor water, but on the entire entity, on the whole entity. So continuity between land and water. And that is related to what I want to discuss. So my discussion is about land and water. In the social sciences, in fields like history, geography, sociology, and anthropology, the ocean, the sea, are seen as links between islands and land masses. Or sometimes the sea is seen as danger, as in the case of the Low Countries, the Netherlands. Rarely is the sea seen as a zone of human habitation, different from but related to land. And following from that, the sea is therefore not conceptualized as a human system. For example, when we speak about the political economy, when we speak about or the mode of production, we usually speak about land and we don't talk about the sea. The Europeans did, however, recognize the importance of water as manifested in what is known as maritime Orientalism, where island is associated with civilization, continents associated with barbarism. So for example, even within Europe, in the early modern period, Britain was more civilized than other parts of Europe, and that had something to do with being an island, being outward looking, and so on. And this idea was known as maritime Orientalism. But the maritime Orientalism of Europeans vis-a-vis this part of the world, the Malay world, was not pro-island and was not anti-continent. But rather, the nature of that Orientalism was silence with regard to the oceanic nature of the Malay world. In other words, it was terra-centric. Not that it did not recognize the ocean, right? It was, the ocean is the seas and the oceans are here, and it was seen, it was recognized. But I think the point is that the archipelagic nature of the region and the fact that the seas were no less inhabited than land. This was something lost. And there is a reason for that. This Eurocentrism or this Orientalism is also terracentrism. There's a land bias. And what I really want to do is to explain the nature of this, this land bias and also possibly the reasons for it. Now, the cause of this terracentrism, meaning the relative importance of land in the way they conceptualize the political economy of our region, I think has to do with the place of land in European history. The place of land in European history had resulted in the Europeans looking at the rest of the world through the lens of their own experience. Now, what I mean is this. The rise of modern Europe, the rise of modern capitalism, of parliamentary democracies and so on and so forth, has a great deal to do with the conflict between town and country, right? The emerging bourgeoisie in the cities went into conflict with the landed aristocracy in the countryside. And therefore, this dichotomy in disciplines like history, geography, sociology, anthropology is essential to the understanding of modern European history, as the Europeans understood themselves. And they tended to look at the rest of the world through their categories. It's not only the case with town and country, but virtually with everything. They've looked at the world through their lenses. You know, let me give you another a simple example, favorite example of mine. The series of wars between the 11th and 13th centuries that the Europeans waged. You know what I'm referring to? Crusades, exactly. See, we call it crusades, right? What language do you speak? In your own language, it's also crusades. Okay, but in Malay, Indonesian, Perang Salib. Malay, Indonesian, same. Urdu, Arabic, Persian, and Tagalog, even in Chinese, as far as I know, right? In every language, it is referred to as a translation or the translation of crusades, right? Perang Salib in Malay, the War of the Cross. Salib is the Indonesian word for cross, derived from Arabic. Even in Arabic, it is called Hurub Salibiyah, Janga Salibi in Persian. Now, what is interesting about this is that we have internalized the European perception of these wars. It's a European perception that this was a war of the cross, a war between Islam and Christianity. But that was not how the Muslims during the Crusades in pre-modern times perceived the war. The Muslims never referred to this as Crusades in the early days. They referred to the Europeans as Franks, Faranj in Arabic, Ifranj or Faranj. From the Muslim point of view, people, Muslims living in Palestine, in Lebanon, what is now Lebanon, they saw this as a war of invading Europeans against them. And not only against Muslims, because there were Palestinian Christians. There were Christians living, and they were also very aware that the so-called Crusaders had killed during their trip along the way, killed Eastern Christians. So, but by the 19th century, during the colonial period, we became educated by the Europeans, the school system and so on. We internalized European ideas, and the term crusades became ubiquitous in our education system. So much so that we think the term crusade reflects an objective reality. So this is basically the problem with Eurocentrism in the social sciences. Now, when it comes to, and the town-country dichotomy is simply an example. The fact is, in the Malay world, the core or central dichotomy that people use to refer to their society is not town and country. It is land and sea. So we have the term orang laut and orang darat. I think Indonesians are familiar with that distinction. Orang laut and orang darat, sea people and land people. Now, orang darat itself, land people, even there is a distinction, a further distinction between upstream and downstream. Hulu and hilir, upstream and downstream. And I'm quite sure you have the similar distinctions made in the Philippines. But although these categories are known by everyone, they have not been brought into theorizing the nature of geography, of modes of production, of political economy. And we are still looking at our history and our geography through the lens of European categories. Even though we may speak Malay or Indonesian or non-Western languages. So for example, the Malay Indonesian term for society is masyarakat. But what people have in mind when they use the term masyarakat is society, is Gesellschaft or Societe. So they borrow the definition of masyarakat, society, is taken from the Western tradition without looking at the empirical reality of Indonesia or Malaya or the Philippines or the Malay world, right? So therefore, local ideas, concepts, experiences, like I mentioned, orang laut, orang darat, are not brought in to the conceptualization. So Professor Kuncharaningrat's introduction, the foremost Indonesian anthropologist, his introduction to anthropology, there is a section on masyarakat. It's in Bahasa Indonesia, in Indonesian language. There's a section on masyarakat. But the definition of masyarakat has nothing to do with the etymology, the term masyarakat. He's really giving the definition of society as it is understood in the Western tradition. So when they look at the Malay world through this lens, this terracentric lens, the conceptualization of our political economy and modes of production in terms of their terracentric concepts excludes water as a zone of habitation. Now the traits of this Eurocentrism / terracentrism ignores experiences of island or archipelagic people in terms of how they lived and understood their lives. For example, the orang laut, orang darat distinction, the hulu, hilir distinction. And it tantamounts to a silencing of indigenous experience, these are the traits, at least two traits of this is one, I think, core trait of Eurocentrism. So the first step in terms of decolonizing island studies is to make it critical, which is what critical island studies is about, by engaging in the critique of terracentric approaches. The second step is more constructive, goes beyond critique, to access concepts from the islands themselves and to recognize intellectual traditions beyond the West, not to the exclusion of the Western intellectual tradition, which is a great tradition, by the way. When it is not being Eurocentric, it is an amazing tradition. And there's much in the Western intellectual tradition that is necessary for us to master. So the second step is to access concepts from intellectual traditions beyond the West. And this is what I would call the constructive phase of decolonizing knowledge. Now, in my own work, I've been interested in Ibn Khaldun. Ibn Khaldun was he died in 1406, and he can be said to be the originator of conflict theory. The conflict theory, the originator of conflict theory. Who? Ibn Khaldun. I don't have time to describe his work in detail, but basically what he did was to theorize the rise and decline of states in terms of the relationship, the conflict between two kinds of societies, two kinds of social systems, nomadic and sedentary systems. Basically, he said that, looking at North Africa, the Middle East, but even beyond, looking at China, the Mongols, the Mongol conquest of China, for example, he found that that states emerged, dynasties emerged from the conflict between nomadic and sedentary social systems. And what's the term for it? His premise, his deductive premise, was that only states with strong social cohesion, founded on communities with strong social cohesion, could establish dynasties. And the social groups with strong social cohesions were nomadic tribes rather than sedentary people. Therefore, nomadic tribes were the groups that would establish dynasties. They would establish dynasties in the cities. They were stronger in terms of social cohesion and therefore in terms of military strength. So they were able to conquer existing dynasties and establish new dynasties in the city. Once they became sedentarized, they lost their social cohesion. I'm simplifying. They lost their social cohesion by the third, fourth, or fifth generations and became subject to conquest by new, fresh nomadic tribes. And so the cycle continues. Now, I realize that we have similar dynamics in the Malay world, in history, except that we're not talking about desert nomadic tribes, we're talking about sea nomadic tribes. That's what the Orang Laut were. The Orang Laut, the sea people, known by the Europeans as pirates, Malay, we call them Lanun, right? The Lanun, I think it originates from one of the nomadic aquatic groups, the Ilanun, right? But Lanun has become a derogatory word to refer to pirates. So these were aquatic nomadic groups who inhabited the sea. They didn't simply travel on the sea for their raids and so on and so forth. They actually lived on the sea, just as desert, nomads lived in the desert for most part of the year or for a certain part of the year. The orang laut, the sea nomads, actually lived on the sea for some part of the year at least, and because they were used to living on the sea, they were more adept at using boats, and they were strong. They constituted a strong military force. Basically, they were kingmakers. They controlled the seas. For example, they controlled the Straits of Malacca, and they were the ones who provided the military force that eventually resulted in the formation of dynasties such as the Sultanate of Malacca. Now, I don't have time to go into all the details, but I think my main point here is that Ibn Khaldun's theoretical framework used to study the relationship between desert nomadic society and sedentary society can be used to study the relationship between aquatic nomadic society in the Malay world and sedentary society. And that requires our conceptualizing what aquatic nomadic society is. I mean, I use Marxist terms, so I prefer to use the term mode of production, and I find that we can conceptualize an aquatic mode of production, a mode of production unto itself, that in the history of the Malay world existed and had a relationship with land-based modes of production, such as the more centralized tributary modes of production that you found in Java, or the more decentralized feudal-like modes of production that you found in the Malay Peninsula. So you have various modes of production, most of them land-based, but you certainly do have an aquatic mode of production. So we can reformulate the relationship between sea nomads and sedentary peoples in the Malay world in terms of relationships between different modes of production. So this is just a very simple way of decolonizing island studies by being critical of the dominant categories on the one hand, and then going beyond the critique to reconstruct the history of the history of political economy of the Malay world, using concepts like orang laut, orang darat, and theoretical frameworks from Ibn Khaldun. But note here, we are combining Ibn Khaldun and Marx. We are using the concept of mode of production from Marx, but giving it a dynamic, an historical dynamic, which is derived from Ibn Khaldun's theory. So, island studies needs to be decolonized. Don't misunderstand me. I am not saying we need to decolonize critical island studies. Doing critical island studies means you are decolonizing island studies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Farid, for a very interesting topic this morning. I'm sure at CIS we are going to have more important discussion. Thank you. So we have around 15 minutes for discussion with our two speakers. And I would like to invite Prof. Wening and Prof. Farid to come to the stage. And stage persons, can you help me with the chairs for them? Yeah. And in the meantime, you can prepare your questions for the two speakers. I'm sure there will be many. Ya, di bawah saja, di bawah saja. Ya. Yes, please. Yeah, okay. Excuse our Asian size table. I'm sure it will accommodate the two of you. I will just stand here because I might look better when I stand up here. Okay, now we have our first questions from audience. Yes, I have two hands here. Others from here? Okay, we can take from the left side and then to you, sir. Um, could you distribute the mic, please? I'll do that.
It's yours, okay. Hello, thank you for two amazing papers. My name is Ananya Kabir. I'm from King's College London. So I had one question that following the lead of the invitation to decolonize island studies, I would like to ask the two speakers to kind of dialogue on the issue of mobility, because that was the topic of the first keynote. And in the second one, Prof. Alatas, you talked about the orang laut and the mobility of the sea. So can this perspective even make us think a little bit more about some of the conclusions and some of the critiques against some narratives that you were mounting in your. And the second question I have, which is more for Professor Alatas, is about rice production and where this might fit in your model of the aquatic mode of production. Because for me, coming from India, monsoon Asia, I'm Bengali, rice is a very strong feeling of connection, between different parts of Asia. So can we use rice in some way when we are thinking about the mode of production to enlarge our critical vocabularies? Thank you.
Uh, thank you. Would you like to take the question one by one and then we move to the yes, okay. Please, Prof. Farid, you can start and then perhaps Ibu Wening can also add. Thank you.
So about rice, yes. Okay, I'm not sure how to answer that question. I don't know whether there's anything distinctive about rice that is relevant to the problem of decolonizing knowledge. I mean, what I can say is that in the case of the Malay world, when I say the Malay world, the Malay-speaking world, so I'm talking about Malaysia, Indonesia, even the Philippines. When you talk about rice, it actually involved different political economies depending on the nature of rice production. So in areas like Java, where there was a need for large-scale irrigation works, it required the role of the state. And therefore, the state was highly centralized because it controlled irrigation works. In the Malay Peninsula, on the other hand, large-scale irrigation works were not required, and therefore rice production was more decentralized. So in the debates about the nature of these pre-modern political economies, what our scholars had done was to simply adopt the colonial categories of political economy established by the British or the Dutch scholars without looking at the empirical details and then coming up with alternative conceptualization. So for example, there are incessant debates about whether we can talk about Malay feudalism. But just talking about superficial aspects such as we don't have knights, we don't have knighthood, and therefore it's not correct to speak of feudalism. Rather than looking at the empirical material and then saying that, well, okay, feudalism is a valid concept because it refers to decentralized political economy, and that's what we had in the Malay Peninsula. And so in that sense, you see, rice is important because it explains the nature of rice cultivation differs from place to place, and it explains the mode of production. That is my sort of, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Prof. Mani?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I sat down here on the right side. He asked me to sit down on the right side. It's a kind of decolonizing, because in Muslim country usually man is on the right side.
Interesting. Applause.
Yeah. Uh, I know why he's doing it, because he's having expertise on decolonization. And yeah, I agree that there is a kind of connection between my presentation and the presentation of Professor Farid, because for instance, in the question of migration, if we call Padangese people going to Malaysia for merantau, the perception is very different. With Indonesian people going there as workers, the position is very different. The Padangese merantau is kind of equal position with the Malaysian people as brothers or sisters. But when they are becoming like migrant workers, so the position is like below. Yeah, so I think using the lexical choice, decolonizing lexical choice in our daily life becoming very important. There is one example. During Soeharto era, Makassar, the name of Makassar was changed by Soeharto into Ujung Pandang. Makassar, why he chose? Because he chose Ujung Pandang. Ujung Pandang, what is in English? The end of your view. End of your view. Ujung Pandang. Yeah. Outremer, maybe in France. Yeah. So Makassar, they change, big change because it's kasar. Kasar is rough. So we choose the word, the proper word, ujung pandang. But when we realize what is ujung pandang? Ujung pandang is the end of the view. But whose view? This is Javanese view. So the end of view of the Javanese. So the central is the Javanese, and the Makassar people is the periphery. Because you are there, it's the end of our view, the Javanese. And also as Irian Jaya was created by Sukarno, ini Republik Anti-Netherlands. This is the Republic Anti-Netherlands. This is also changing from Papua. And then it was rechanged again by Gus Dur to become again Papua, because this Papua is your identity. Your identity is not Irian. Your identity is Papua. So you must keep your own identity. So this kind of thing is becoming very clear that the decolonization is also inside our country. Inside our country also is creating the centraling and periphery among us. So we need to be very aware of the language, the lexical choice, the naming choice we choose even in our daily life. Yeah.
Just,
Yes, please.
add to that. I think we don't take language seriously enough. So again, talking about migration, Professor Wenning mentioned merantau. So there are several terms in Malay, Indonesian languages, which all of which refer to movement of people, but in different ways. Just taking two examples, merantau is when you move within your cultural area. So if somebody moves from Padang in Sumatra to the Malay Peninsula, that is merantau. But when somebody moves outside of the cultural area, let's say from Kuala Lumpur to Istanbul, that is called berhijrah. The word is hijrah. And then there are terms for when you move but you return the same day. There's a special term for that. Or when you move for a few days from your village to another village or to a town. They're all. I remember a Malaysian geographer in the 1980s. He did a study in just one town in Negeri Sembilan, which is a state in Malaysia, and he came up with 4 different conceptions of movement of people. So you won't find this in the textbooks, Because in a textbook that we read, that our students are assigned, let's say in anthropology or sociology, in the chapter on migration, it will be, basically American or British, not even French or Russian or Italian or Spanish or Portuguese, American or British uh, tradition concepts. Nothing to do, nothing derived from our own traditions, experiences, or intellectual traditions. So this is a crisis in the social sciences and humanities that we've not really woken up to.
Thank you very much. Second question, I think you have this. And I'm sorry, Hope, we'll see if we still have time. Yes, please.
I'll try to make the question short. My name is Zihan. I actually come from the performance studies side of the conference, which calls into question like issues of the body of the archive. As Professor Alatas has pointed out, it's necessary to decolonize by looking at alternative texts. But beyond the search for something that might resist a certain kind of transparency or transmission, which a lot of knowledge production in perhaps seafaring communities are, where else can we turn to look for alternative sources that we can produce other knowledge from besides the text? And I'm asking implicitly if there's a method that we can also try to reach for in our efforts to decolonize ourselves.
Yeah.
I didn't say text. Text is one of the sources, all kinds of texts, including archives, including texts that have to do or come from the high philosophical tradition of a particular civilization, but also everyday life, language, everyday language. The examples I gave about migration are not from texts. These are from people's experiences and lives. The South Korean sociologist, Professor Kim Kyung-dong, he said that basically if you want to decolonize or indigenize the social sciences, you need to pay attention, on the one hand, to the high philosophical tradition of the various non-Western philosophical traditions on the one hand, and on the other hand, everyday life experience, which are also sources of concepts and ideas that have yet to be brought into the social sciences. So that includes, the areas that you work in fact.
Thank you. Prof. Ani? No? Okay. Yes. We were.
Thank you so much for a very fascinating pair of provocations. I might ask you to speak to each other a little bit. So for Professor Aditas, I'm very tempted by where you left off about an aquatic mode of production. If the Marxist reading is about industrial production based on extraction of surplus value from wage labor, then I'd love to hear more about an aquatic mode of production. And then we also heard about unfree labor, right? So I'm curious how unfree labor enters into that mode of production. And then vice versa, from a decolonizing perspective, I'm very curious to hear more about the way that perhaps later 20th century government policies either extend colonial practices of distributing bodies, or indeed colonial practices as they arrived are drawing on, it sounded like you're saying, already drawing on pre-existing regional exploitations, so more about the complex dynamic between post-colonial and the pre-colonial and the colonial.
Yes, thank you. Yes, would you like to start, Prof. Ani?
Yes, although we see that the it is quite the same, the mode of exploitation before. The idea is still the same, like asking people to survive by themselves or asking people to solve the problem by the power. Yeah, it's quite the same, but of course there is differences during the colonial time and post colonial time. Indonesia is a country who declare already that we are independent since 1945, but in our daily life, a lot of post-colonial syndrome still arise. We don't really have a kind of independence in terms of thinking, in terms of liberty to have our own idea. It's always in the shade of big thinking. The big thinking is of course, the global thinking. It's not always European. It's also like the Arabic, because the influence to Indonesia is not just European. It's also Arabic. For instance, in the history of Indonesia, it's always a kind of saying like this in the storybooks, history books of the primary, secondary, high school students, that what is the biggest glory of Islam? The biggest glory of Islam is when the Ottoman Empire beat Cordoba. So the invasion is called as a glory. But why not telling about Ibnu Khaldun with a lot of, a lot of wise, a lot of wisdom, a lot of things. But why the invasion things considered as the biggest glory? There's a spread in all of our books, like what is in our daily life, and also Indian Mahabharata, etc. It's all of them about the fighting, about war. Why not about peace, for instance? So these are the things that are still becoming our ghost in our daily life, and is practicing. And always they refer to that. Every time people they fight, it's always referring to this, to the story of war, etc. So this kind of things are becoming, I think, things that we need to deconstruct in Indonesian mindset, in Indonesian discourses, in order to have our own idea about what we want to do or what we want to step forward as a big nation. That's the thing that I can give as example. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, I think we still have two more questions. Make it short first, Hope, and then you. Please make it short.
My question is for Professor Farid, because in the Philippines we have the Sama Dilaut, the Sama Bajau. There are sea nomads, and actually they historically they have not formed us, like progress through Khaldun's theory of creation of a state. Instead, it's been like a maritime, evasion. So, can you comment on this?
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, and I think I also have to refer to your question, answer your question as related. The aquatic mode of production, nomadic aquatic mode of production, every mode of production has its own means of extracting value, of making profits or surplus. And in terms of aquatic nomadic mode of production, it's about extracting value from the sea, from fishing, for example, but also controlling sea routes and extracting surplus from raids and so on. And of course, there's a relationship of trade with land economies or modes of production. Now, that relative independence of the sea nomads was largely destroyed during the colonial period, because colonization involved the establishment of a certain form of capitalism, colonial capitalism, which required establishment of law and order predictability, efficiency, which meant that they had to basically get rid of the aquatic nomadic mode of production by sedentarizing as much as possible the sea nomads. And you see today that all these groups, including the Sama Bajau, are generally sedentarized everywhere in the Malay world. There are no more nomads. Just as the desert nomads are largely sedentarized throughout the Middle East, North Africa. So that is in the name of civilizing them, ostensibly to civilize them, because being nomadic is being uncivilized, ostensibly to civilize them, but the real reason is to consolidate your rule. You can't rule a country, you can't rule a territory if you have groups that are moving across borders and moving from place to place, are not settled and cannot be disciplined in terms of becoming wage labor and so on and so forth. That's what capitalism requires. So there was a time when the Sama Baja were actually involved in state formation in that area, yeah, in Sabah, parts of the Philippines, this what James Warren calls the Sulu zone. Yeah, there was a time, but that, you know, the prowess, the role of the Orang Laut basically diminished very much during the colonial period. You know, Rizal talks a bit about this. He talks about how these people are dismissed as pirates in the what do you call it? In his annotation of de Morga's history. Yeah, that's right.
Hi, thanks. I'll try and keep this as brief as possible. I'm sorry I don't really have a question for the first speaker, but I loved your presentation. I particularly thought your statement that the fluidity between voluntary movement and involuntary movement is actually rather complicated, so thank you for that. It's really though for Professor Fade, and I could quibble slightly with your extremely brief and therefore not fair to quibble with summation of bits of European history. I wouldn't necessarily see town and city as the driving force of the European revolutions. I'd more go with Roudet and all of the Marxist theorists in his tradition who see the peasantry as quite important, and obviously they're based in the countryside, but it's class, although there's a big debate in French history about is it class or ideology. Anyway, look, I don't want to go there. What I really want to point out is that this, for me, may be a colonial reaction to your statement, so you can easily, if you feel it's appropriate, dismiss me, please do. But while listening to you, since I don't know the Malay models, and you brought in things like the Crusades and so on, I wondered if the Annales School might offer a useful model to at least compare or synthesise with these models, since after all Ferdinand Braudel's book is called The Mediterranean, and although its focus isn't the relationship between sea and land there, I'll leave the question there. So.
Yeah, thank you for that. I agree with what you said about the peasantry and so on. And I'm more sympathetic to you know, Marxist interpretation of the transition from feudalism to capitalism and the rise of modern Europe. I agree with all of that. But what I'm referring to is that if you study political economy or history as a student, the central dichotomy you're introduced to is town and country. And that dichotomy doesn't apply to the Malay world. That's what I mean. Braudel was an influence on world system theory and Wallerstein. And I believe in, so I can't really answer your question about Braudel, but about world system theory, I do think that there are possibilities for combining world system theory and Ibn Khaldun. In fact, world system theory is based on the idea of cycles. um, and other varieties of neo-Marxist theories of historical development. One of the cycles is the Khaldunian cycle. You have the Kondrativ cycle, you have long waves, you have shorter cycles. One of the cycles is the Khaldunian cycle, which is about 120, 130 to 150 years. So there are possibilities. But I think my larger point is that for me, decolonization is the attitude is to not restrict yourself to one intellectual tradition. I mean, let's put it this way. When you eat, do you ever say that I'm going to confine myself to one particular culinary tradition? For example, Dutch or German. You would never say that, right? Could you live on just, I don't mean to offend anyone if you happen to be from Germany or the Netherlands, all right? But it's very interesting. The English, okay, English food, all right? No, it's very interesting, right? The English and the Dutch came to this part of the world for the spices. Why do they never used it in their cuisine, right? Very interesting, especially the English, right? Yeah. The English actually have sensibly incorporated, yeah. So as they famously say, the number one dish in Britain is chicken tikka masala, right? So, but even in this part of the world, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, no chef would say, I'm only going to, to use the herbs and spices from my region, right? From my backyard. No, a chef is interested in the whole variety of herbs and spices, interested to experiment. Music, same thing. No, musicians don't say, I'm not using instruments that don't come from my tradition, right? But why do we have that attitude with regard to knowledge creation, right? We're so parochial and so boring. We're only interested in the Anglo-Saxon, to some extent, the French tradition. But all of that Russian thought, Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, within Europe, and then outside of Europe, no interest. So, in a sense, we are very dull, boring people. Unlike our colleagues in the performing arts or in the visual arts or in the culinary arts. We're quite boring, parochial people. So we need to get out of that.
Thank you, sir. So, another big round of applause to our two speakers, Prof. Wening and Prof. Farid. Thank you very much. So we can now, I think, proceed to the hall for our 15 minutes coffee before we go to our parallel session. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Check.
Thank you. And if you have like, do you have an extension cord for this one?
Extension for this one.
Because I'm going to plug it in. I need to plug this.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Oh, I need a like a. I need to plug this in.
Oh,
I have
okay, perfect.
I just need an extension cord. If it's not enough. Oh, it's done. Thank you.
Yes. So you want it up here or down?
Maybe up here.
Sorry, but it it is not plugged in yet.
It is.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, oh, okay, okay. Oh, udah, udah.
It's plugged in.
So it worked. Okay.
Yes. Just want this. Just a few. I think that's okay.
So can you test the sound?
Hello.
No, no, no. Like the
Here?
music or the.
Yeah, sure. I'll try to have like a quick run through if it's okay. Before 12, I'll be finished. Yeah. Thank you. Welcome.
The hunting zone matched up precisely with the mid-mountain zone area that the evacuation order had emptied out. During the development of Shin-Jeju, it means New Jeju. Oh, can you go next slide? Oh, yeah. Shin-Jeju Rotary, administrative office and major hotel were strategically placed in the center of Jeju City, where it's more visible. On the other hand, Giseng House and entertainment venue were placed just off the side, down the alley, close enough to be fully accessible, but positioned to keep sexual activity discreet. Oh, can you go next slide? Yeah. The spatial void left behind the state violence of 4-3 got resolved through tourism development. This happened through the simultaneously arrange of three things. It's my term, Nangoku aesthetics. This happened through the of tropical planted street embodying the southern aesthetic, the empty mid-mountain zone serving hunting tourism, and the back alley of Shin-Jeju housing the Giseng House. These three elements are not separated, independent phenomena. There are three expressions of one and the same post-colonial logic. A prior occupation of nature of women get summoned back through the acts of consumption and purchase, and together they function as a single package. Each of these three spaces materialized post-colonial nostalgia in its own way. What made it possible to combine all three on a single island was precisely the set of condition left behind by the historical trauma of 4-3, an empty mid-mountain zone, a suppressed memory, and a local economy locked into dependency of development. Can you go next slide? Yeah. The legacy still has a huge impact on peoples of Jeju today. Jeju's economy is so heavily weighted toward the tourism that this belief has been taken. There's simply no alternative to tourism. It also matters that the fruits of economic growth haven't really been returned to the local community. And importantly, the gendered form of labor from this period are still deeply rooted in Jeju society. Today, it's worth nothing to that islands across the Cold War era and Asia-Pacific region were imagined as a paradise. Jeju is very much part of the same tourism circuit. This is all my story. Thank you for being here, you guys. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your attention.
I'm also nervous because I'm her supervisor in PhD thesis. And then, okay. Actually, Castro is a reality, present situation. As ecological degradation is Jeju people suffer from ecological degradation, and then it's rapid commercialization and then industrialization destroyed Jeju people's culture. There is some kind of solidarity and bond, strong bond, but it's destroyed by the rapid modernization. So, and there's also political crisis. So, her question is, what is the origin of the present situation in the conflictual situation. So I think the main point is tourism is constructed. Actually, Jeju Island was an island of death. 3.3 accident is killed. Many civilian people killed by military power. So, but military government paradoxically reconstructed the death, island of death as some paradise, the tourist attractions. So, but the main point, main factor of tourism is hunting, military. And hunting by whom? Japanese. And then is a sexual tourism, mainly by Japanese people. Not just the Japanese, but anyways, sexual tourism and hunting and blind productivism. Combination of these factors is that causes the some kind of crisis now. So question is that there is a lot of another further questions we must discuss. Actually, we studied together Raymond Williams and Henri Lefebvre and Doreen Massey and many other geographical and spatial thinkers. But now we must develop further this idea for future there is some imagination of a better society in the Jeju Island. Okay, thank you for your presentation. And then, last one, is I think most difficult, ancient philosopher, Kuo Xiang. Actually, as I mentioned, absolutely no idea about that. I don't have any knowledge about ancient Chinese philosopher, but I'm interested because actually I'm sociologist, but how to say is a theoretical sociologist. So my concern came from the materialism and some kind of naturalism. So sometimes some people find the origin of this kind of thinking line is, Democritus and Lucretius and the Spinoza or someone like them. But I think there is some overlapping period between Western material tradition and actually, I don't know, but I just guess so. There is some overlapping period. So our last presenter, another Dr. Kim. Okay, your turn.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before I begin, I would like to ask for your understanding. Since English is not my first language, I will be reading my prepared script. Thank you. My name is Jinsun, another Dr. Kim. From the Research Institute for the Tamil Culture at Jeju National University. Today I am pleased to present my paper entitled An Ontology of the Island Archipelago based on Guoxiang concepts of Jiran. In this presentation, I will argue that Guoxiang's concept of Ziran provides a useful philosophical framework for understanding the relationship between islands and archipelagos. Next. Not as a hierarchical structure, but as an ontology of relational coexistence. Let me begin with the central question of my research. How can singular beings coexist without losing their singularity? This question concerns the relationship between individuality and relationality. It can also be understood as the relationship between an island and an archipelago. I believe that Guoxiang's concept of 自然 offers an important philosophical answer to this question. Next. Guoxiang rejects the idea of an external creator governing the world. Every being generates itself and transforms itself. He explains this process through the concepts of 自生, or self-generation, and 独化, or singular transformation. In other words, every being exists through itself rather than through another being. Next. Now let us turn to the concept of 自然. For Guoxiang, 自然 does not simply mean nature. Rather, it refers to the very mode of being itself. It is neither intentional nor produced by any external cause. Therefore, the ultimate ground of existence cannot be reduced to a single principle. Each being naturally realizes its own significance or inherent nature. Next. The concept of significance teaches us that difference should never be understood as deficiency. Every being possesses its own capacities and limitations. For example, the feng, bird, and the small land embody different, yet equally authentic forms of xiaoyao, or genuine freedom. Equality does not mean sameness. Rather, it means fully realizing one's own nature. Next. Having discussed 独化 and 自然, let us now turn to the concept of 宣明. For Guoxiang, 宣明 is not a hidden substance behind the world. Rather, it refers to the invisible harmony that emerges spontaneously through 自然. There is no designer or supreme governor controlling this harmony. Instead, harmony arises naturally as singular beings realize their own way of being. Next. How, then, is this harmony possible? Guoxiang explains it through two well-known expressions. These two classical expressions are difficult to translate literally, but they convey the idea of spontaneous relational coexistence. The first means coexisting by not being together. The second means benefiting one another by not intentionally acting for another. These relationships are based neither on causality nor intention. Instead, they emerge spontaneously as each being follows its own nature. Next. Based on this philosophical discussion, we can now return to the relationship between islands and archipelagos. Islands are related precisely because each island preserves its own singularity. Boundaries protect the uniqueness of each island, while the sea both separates and connects them. An archipelago is therefore not a collection of identical islands, but a network of relations among singular islands. Next. From this perspective, the island and the archipelago are not opposites. The sea separates islands, yet at the same time it connects them. An archipelago is not a totality that absorbs individual islands. It is a relational space where each island remains singular. This is an ontology of coexistence without hierarchy. Next. Finally, let me conclude. In this presentation, I have argued that the archipelago represents an ontology of relation coexistence. Duha explains the singularity of each being. Ziran explains the mode of being. And Xuanming explains the invisible harmony that emerges through coexistence. I believe that this ontology offers a new philosophical perspective for understanding islands, archipelagos, and relational existence itself. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
I don't know how to say. Actually, Dr. Kim speaks Chinese fluently, but English is absolutely another story. But I think, as I mentioned, there is some similarity between him, Kuo Shang, and Baruch Spinoza, I think. Actually, Spinoza always talk about strict causal and effect relationship, but he also argued trans-individuality and relation related, and the nature itself is God. So it's within the whole nature, each people have singularity, and they have a body. Through the body, intellect other peoples, but always in effect because we have a body, bodily being. So our being is always interrelated with other being and other things and many like that. But yeah, so yeah, we later we talk about Western philosophy and Eastern philosophy. Anyways, I think there is an overlapping period. Now is a big task. It's almost impossible to summarize different ideas. Presentation. Each presentation have their one period. So one is some kind of critique of Western modernization theory, and another is Jeju Island, the tourism industry, and another presentation is ancient philosophy. So, how to say it? Anyway, many people, not many people, but we have audience and some question from floor, and then we have time to answer that question. Any question about our presentation? Yeah.
Yes, first of all, thank you very much, each of you, for the very interesting talks. I wanted to ask a question to the last presenter. I'm sorry because I may not have caught everything, but I wanted to ask you how you conceptualize authenticity as not being externally caused. So, how is authenticity actually internal and not sort of seen as something that is externally induced? If that makes any sense at all. Thank you.
모든 거를 관계로 설명하고 있는데 각자가 가지고 있는 그 자체의 그 진정성, 그 자체의 존재를 어떻게 설명할 수 있느냐. 그러니까 항상 관계라고 말하지만 자기 자신이 가지고 있는 본질적인 나라는 거 있는 거잖아요. 어센티시티가 있는 건데 그 모든 것을 외적인 관계로 설명할 때 그 어센티시티는 어떻게 설명할 수 있느냐 그런 얘기예요. 오케이. 야.
대양은 이미 주어진 것으로서의 나의 아이덴티티가 있다고 생각하고 긍정적 관점은 그 아이덴티티라고 하는 것이 계속 관계를 통해서 확장돼 가면서 쌓이는 거.
I'm educated in UK, so I'm colonized people, Western philosopher, but two Eastern philosophers argued. In Eastern thinking is authentic singularity. Me always effect of so how to say the natural relation are the kind of things just effect, but there is always a me there, not separated. External effect and me is not separated. It's always me, but I'm always an effect of a relationship. Okay?
Hi, thank you. This is a very general question, but as you mentioned, the three papers are very distinct. One is thinking more about philosophically about ontology, another about the kind of conditions in the development of tourism, and then another thinking about but I was just curious about like how you see your papers in relation to each other, and how this panel came together in the first place.
Actually, we came from same place, Tamna culture, and future the common project research question is ontologically and epistemologically raise question about our modern culture. So actually, he studies the question about tourism development. So and then actually Professor Kim's idea, the main project content of the presentation is totally give a question about modernization process itself. So I think they're together, the overlapping area. And then I think Dr. Kim's presentation, we actually in pre-modern, even or ancient period, there is a different way of thinking, different from the modern Western rationality and reason. There is always different ideas and different ontological position and different way of thinking. So it's fine. He tried to find that different way of thinking. So I think we together the topic toward new idea of different ontological, epistemological ideas. Okay? Any other question?
Hi, thank you for all of your presentations. So I want to ask, so basically, all three presentations talked about, or in one way or another, how the modernizing process disproportionately affects the islands or the periphery, and how we can like conceptualize like going beyond that. However, so like what is next? Like, cause you know you managed to you met like especially for the second presenter like about the like you talked about like we cannot like how Jeju Island can necessarily like cannot survive without tourism, right? So like then how are then maybe do you have any idea of like what more sustainable or archipelagic tourism practices that incorporate the concept of Ziran or you know whatnot? Like you know basically what's next? Like I really loved like all of what you talked about, but I want to know more.
You know, it's a big challenge. We know we the, actually many people feeling it's a crisis, disaster. The climate change, not just a change, is a climate crisis, climate disaster, and all over the world, right-wing populism is dominating many countries. It's crisis, multiple crises, social crisis, political crisis, economic crisis. We know that, and we know the answer. Different way of living, but power relation. Actually, Professor Kim is, talked about capitalist logic. So, but in that idea, we must be pessimistic. Yeah, going to disaster, but we don't have any choice to live within this disastrous system. You, you want that? So there is many places, some kind of interstices, cleavage, the gap. We, all of our project is to find that gap, some kind of empty space. And many people all over the world already doing something, doing other experiment, other way of living. So we find and theoretically, the synthesize the different kind of way of living and way of behaving. So we come together and do it together. That's the purpose of this conference, isn't it? Okay?
New method in archipelago's perspective. That's very difficult to answer right away. Come together, yeah, like he mentioned.
Actually, invite you to
Thank you.
together, work together. Any question? Any other? Actually, it's time to finish. Almost. Okay? Thank you for listening and participating. Thank you very much.
So how do we do this? You guys want to sit or stand? Okay. Okay. Clear. Okay. I will count down 3, 2, 1, and then I get the picture. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Again, 3, 2, 1. Which is 3, 2, 1. Okay. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Terima kasih.
Udah di sini. Udah kosong sini. Pak, di sini. Iya, kita langsung. Halo. Can we help you? Performance research slide? You have oh, this is the launch. Yeah. Okay. So we haven't got the where. Can I know when did you upload it? I sent it to WhatsApp. It was supposed to go to Ruan, but now we'll change here. So I did text your colleague. Who did you send it to? I'm sorry. It's okay. It's okay. Take your time. Oh, pencet aja.
May I ask you a different question? So, for my keynote, I said in my PowerPoint, one slide is out of order, so I can either just say go backwards. Is that okay? Or we can switch them over, but it doesn't make a difference. So keynote at 4 o'clock that I'm giving.
Oh, after this?
Yeah, one slide is out of order, but I can either just change it or I can just
change it. We still have time if you want.
Okay.
Okay, and then you just re-upload it.
Okay. Okay.
We still have time.
Okay. But otherwise, I can. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let me ask her for the slides, okay? Only one slide.
Are you in the No, 2 minutes, 2:15.
This is fine. 5 chair is enough, or need more? It's fine. Okay. If you have anything, feel free to ask. Thank you.
And so, of course, we cannot have an issue launch per issue because that would mean a lot of work and also it would probably be counterproductive. So we started having these launches every 6 months, and we share the work of whatever issue has been published during that period. We started having this online, and this is the first time that we have the opportunity to do it in PSI. And so we are very happy to be announcing the publication of 4 issues on exits and endings, on ghosts, on musicality, and on breath. And how this is going to work is that I'm going to pass the microphone to Helena. Helena and I are the incoming deputy editor and editor of the journal. And so we have been working together for about a year in developing this new phase of the journal. As you know, the journal was founded by Richard Goff, that was here yesterday virtually with us. And so now it's a great privilege and honor for Helena and I to be taking over. And so I'll pass the microphone to her. She'll speak a bit more about the journal and then about the issue that she edited on exits and endings. Then she'll pass it back to me. I'll speak about ghosts. Then I'll pass it to Barry. They'll speak about his contribution to the issue on ghosts. And that's the rundown of the session. Again, thank you very much. And without further ado, Helena.
It's all very polite, isn't it? Hi, everyone, and welcome, and thank you for that introduction, Felipe. I'm going to be talking about the journal, and also the issue I co-edited with Richard Goff called On Exits and Endings, which is a double issue, and it's pretty flash, I must say. We produce 8 issues a year, as Felipe said, and they're all themed issues. And we're a bit different than many journals because we have a team of associate editors, 2 of whom are with us today, thank you very much, who work on each issue. So an issue is proposed, it comes in, a call for papers is developed, the issue then begins its journey through to production. And the associate editors take on a journal once a year, maybe twice a year, and they do half a journal each. Everything is anonymized, of course, because it's anonymized peer review, but they work closely on an issue, they compare their ideas. Also the issue editors, of course, work on the issue from abstract to the development of the first paper through to sending it out as a second draft to the associate editors. The journal is a bit different in another sense too, and that is that we do our own design work in-house. We do not give it to Routledge to put it through their processes because Richard's vision, which we are hoping to continue, is very much about the object and the design of the object and making sure that as an object it is an artistic artifact in itself that contains traces of creative works and academic and scholarly inquiry. So we're very careful about what each issue looks like. And whilst you can get them online, and sometimes the online will have more color photos than the printed one, that's fine, but we still want to stick true to, it's hard for an Irish person to say true and through in the same sentence. We try to stick true to our vision and curatorial mission for this journal. The issues wouldn't happen without the fantastic guidance and just general brilliance of Helen Gethin, who is our managing editor, and she needs to be applauded and, you know, just celebrated for the fantastic work she does, and our great designer Carolina. So they're a great team under the guidance of Richard and now Felipe and I, and of course the associate editors who just work so diligently and tirelessly on each issue. We're also lucky that we have a lot of people submitting to us proposals from all over the world, great teams of scholars and artists. So we look forward to continuing that relationship and to encouraging any of you who have a great idea for an issue to send it to us as a proposal so that we can work with you on the development of that idea into print and online publication. Yep. Okay, now moving swiftly along. This is Exits and Endings. It's we did the editing together, Richard and I, but it was his idea. And he asked me, because he couldn't be here today, to read a little bit from his opening essay, which is a 55-page introduction, I think, to the issue, but it's really actually a treatise on theatre, art, performance, community, exits and endings and death. So I think it's a great piece of writing, and I absolutely encourage anyone. Sorry, it's only 39 pages. God, it's brief. I encourage any of you who teach performance or art in any respect to have a read of it and think about whether it might be useful for your students. So Richard starts off to say, I propose this theme partly as a way of marking my own exit and ending as general editor of performance research, but mainly because I was inspired by the events, pageantry, procession, and performances that took place around the state funeral of Queen Elizabeth II. I have compiled a mischievous yet heartfelt thanks and farewell to performance research, Journey's End, and this will appear in On Journals, which is another issue coming soon. I will focus this extended introductory essay on outlining themes that converge around performance, exits, and endings that have compelled me, not all of which are shared by Helena, and a self-mocking autobiographical thread, in addition to introducing each of the articles that follow. As a theatre maker and performance practitioner, I had cut my teeth making site-specific and site-responsive work, street processions and outdoor events for specific occasions. These varied in scale and were sometimes for intimate audiences with multiple repetitions in staging, sometimes for captured audiences bussed to unusual sites, including disused factories, quarries, beaches, and forests, and often for an indeterminate audience, passers-by, whoever stopped to watch, those who were apprehended or interrupted. The planning for these events was complex, requiring various permissions and the sanction of civic and police authorities. Rarely was a rehearsal possible. Often the unforeseen and serendipitous had to be incorporated. It is this aspect of planning and the technique, skill, strategy, and contingency of staging public performances that ground my fascination with the immensely complex state and ceremonial funerals. ... moving along to page 39. Where's my little thing gone? There you go. Okay, and then he says, in the call for proposals for this issue, we said, how best might the dead appear on stage, and how might audiences react? First, of course, they must understand that this is an act, to be able to respond to it. Indeed, what happens when a performance dies mid-performance on stage? When its ephemerality and precariousness become all too real? When its life falters? When the heartbeat of the show stalls and crashes? Where do we, as those who remain, go from there? What is the impact or legacy of such an act? What of the act of exiting the stage itself? What are the rituals and conventions that inform how this occurs? Not all of these issues have been addressed in this article or in this issue, but other vistas have opened up before us, and we hope the themes explored here will prompt further thoughts and actions. Longfellow's oft-quoted line, great is the art of beginning, but greater is the art of ending, perhaps offers an exit. But to return again to T.S. Eliot, what we call the beginning is often the end, and to make an end is to make a beginning. The end is where we start from, is perhaps a more generative challenge to you, dear reader. The exit light and the running figure remain ablaze. When is it the right time to make an exit? When is an exit untimely? Now, then adieu, Richard Goff. So, alongside Richard's fabulous essay, there are great works in here about artists including Sarah Kane, Carol Churchill, Samuel Beckett, practices of helping people say goodbye, performatively speaking, when their lives are ending, navigating memory, care, and death, performance encounters with Anna Mendita, Tommy Cooper and the Art of Magic dying on stage, earthquakes and the Odin Theatre, on collapsing time, and the life and art of a death doula, amongst others. I haven't been able to mention them all, but it just gives you a sense of the breadth and depth in terms of geography, aesthetics, themes, politics, and art that are covered in this issue. So I urge you to order it for your university library if you don't already subscribe, or to subscribe yourself, dare I say, and read. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Helena. I want to speak very briefly about the issue on ghosts that I had the great privilege and honor to co-edit with dear friends and colleagues Christoph Van Barrel, Errol Lane, Kyoko Iwaki, and our students Luca Domenico Artuso and Teresa Spielman. The issue on ghosts is one of the products of a 3-year project that we have with funding from the Flanders Research Council, FWO, on posthumous dramaturgies. And it's also part of the output that we have as ENDS. It's a collaborative ensemble of researchers that Ero, Kyoko, Christoph, and I have been working as and with for the last 5 years. And it is sort of emotional to be speaking about that work at PSI because ENDS came out of the conference that did not happen in 2020. Was supposed to be one of the streams that was going to be organized in Rijeka. Kyoko, Christoph, and Ero and I continued working, and what we found ourselves organizing is this international network of scholars that sometimes we joke because we don't really know where ends end, and sometimes we meet people that say that they're ends and we never met, and we think that that's fabulous. But a section of ENDS has this project with funding, and so we have been working on the different possibilities of posthumous dramaturgies and death, dying, exits and endings. And so a note there is that performance research has also this very awkward way of finding itself speaking to the times. And so it's not necessarily a coincidence that after exits and endings, there was an issue on ghosts. And what we tried to do with that issue was to update the scholarship on ghosts in theater and performance studies. So we were less interested in theatrical ghosts as they were written in the 80s and the 90s, and much more in what we define in the editorial as a necroambience that is defining our contemporary condition. And so I won't read out of the editorial because we're very lucky to have Barry here, and I'll let Barry read a bit about his piece. He did a wonderful contribution to the issue. I'll just say that we begin the editorial saying that we live among ghosts, and then from there we take the argument towards speaking about the necropolitics of contemporary life. And so when we speak about ghosts, we're not necessarily saying of an entity that exists after death, but rather the ghosts that exist around us, amidst us, and between us, and that continue growing and continue perhaps living in ways that we cannot yet fathom. With obvious references to the several wars and the several genocides that are happening at the moment. And just not to leave you with that and introduce Barry on a better note, it's also, the issue also was emotional because of what I was saying earlier. ENDS began as an offshoot of the Future Advisory Board that is part of PSI. And so Ero and I and Kyoko, we have been working for over 10 years together. And this is the first issue that this is the first project that we do with our students. And so it was also an emotional moment to put into practice mechanisms of mentorship and co-authorship that we have been working with colleagues that are now doing their PhD with us. And so in that better note, not so necropolitical and necroaesthetical, I'm very happy to have Barry here, and Barry is going to be speaking about his piece for a moment.
Thank you, Felipe. Thank you, Helena, for inviting me to speak about my article. But I also like to say a little bit about why performance research matters. I think this is the first, for me personally, this is the journal I always look at first when thinking about keywords in my research. I always think about, has there been an issue about this keyword published in performance research? And this is my first journal to go to. And I also really enjoyed the editorial process for the issue on ghosts. It was really very useful to having really great and rigorous editorial feedback. And this article actually is part of my doctoral project, which I finished last year. So the title of my article is The Uncanny Sounds in Kamisato Yudai's Immigrant Ghost Stories, and it's based on my embedded research with Tokyo-based and Lima-born playwright and director Yudai Kamisato. So it's kind of situated within the emerging field of rehearsal studies in transnational contexts. So it's this play or this performance was inspired by ghost stories collected in Okinawa, Thailand, Laos, and Bolivia. And I draw both on my field notes, research with Kamisato, and also Kamisato's writings. And then I kind of move into performance analysis as well. So I kind of combine both the rehearsal process and the performance analysis. And at the center of the reading of Kamisato's work is the tourist principle by Azuma Hiroki, who is a Japanese philosopher. And I kind of also combine it with Glisson and his idea of errantry. Although in this article, I don't use the word I use in my doctoral studies. I use, which is errant tourist. This is kind of a process as well that leads to that errant tourist. This article kind of explains this process as through dramaturgies of crossing borders. And this project was a kind of virtually, so it was rehearsed both virtually and also in person because it was kind of during pandemic. So Kamisato's rehearsals were featured one-to-one sessions across Tokyo, Naha, and Brazil, with performers and staff absent or present only via screens. And it kind of resembled what Azuma calls ghostly or tourist-like meetings, uncanny yet ordinary, resisting fixity, text, and voices, migrated invisibly across screens, rehearsals, and theater spaces, translations, and languages. Kamisato's dramaturgy relied on listening rather than seeing. The ghostly presence of the text emerged through sonic materiality of the rehearsal and theater environments. The work thus transformed theater into a place of seeing through listening and doing and being. In performance, spectators were unsettled by the uncanny sounds, just as wars and migrations destabilize everyday lives. In this article, I argue that this work stages an assembly of migrant and touristic ghosts that mirrors histories of colonization, war, and military presence, not just in Okinawa. Okinawa was occupied, is a kind of Ryukyu kingdom originally, which was first kind of invaded by the Japanese, by Satsuma kingdom, and then after the Second World War also by US military. So there is a constant presence of war and of foreign presence in Okinawa. And this is kind of, in my introduction, I kind of talk about experience of hearing because there are still, in Okinawa, there is still a huge presence of military bases. So in my kind of experience of hearing these sonic booms, translates into this kind of process of listening to these sonic booms, which kind of create noise and sounds in our everyday lives, which we can't kind of get rid of. So they kind of attach to our skin, basically. So the idea here is that the ghosts are among us, and we feel them on their on the skin of our ears as well. So that's a bit in a nutshell about my article, and it's open access, so you can kind of have a read. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Sadly, we don't have representatives from the issues on musicality and breath, but both of them are wonderful issues. And just as how exits and endings relates to ghosts, breath and musicality also relate to one another. So we really invite you and encourage you to have a look at them and find the commonalities in the scholarship that are being produced in terms of what makes us sound as humans, but also what are the sounds that our extensive apparatus of living produces. That was a very cumbersome way of saying, just read them, they're connected. Just to conclude and to echo what Helena said at the beginning, performance research really depends and relies on the voices of the community and this community to propose new topics, new keywords. We're very open. We accept proposals on a rolling basis. And just for the benefit of those of you who just arrived, you send us a proposal, we check it out. If it makes sense, we invite you to develop it, and then we accompany you for a process that lasts for about 1.5 years from ideation to publication. And then as a guest editor, you have entire discretion on how to carry out your issue. We have we believe in lending our colleagues editorial freedom. And so it's really, you carry your own issue and you develop it and how you wish. The challenge, of course, of having 8 issues may sound, you may think that we have program all the way till 2030, and we might have enough issues aligned to reach that year, but actually a lot of people drop out. And so we really encourage you to propose, even though you might end up being scheduled for 2029, you might also get a strike of luck and be scheduled for next year. So this is an open invitation to please consider performance research as an avenue for publication, and I'll pass it back to Helene to conclude.
And I was just going to say, whilst, yes, the editors have total control, we don't leave them, hanging in the void. We're there to help and support all the way through. So if there's any questions or issues, it's always fine to contact us, and we are very happy to just solve a problem or help you solve a problem. I think it might be a good idea to see if anybody has any questions. They may not, but if anybody does, we're very happy to answer. Catherine. No. No.
Louder. Stand up. Okay. So my question is a little bit on form and process. So when you say proposal, I read the proposals and they're lengthy. If we have an inquiry about how this idea might work, because performance research really is a particular form. I mean, I know it's flexible, and it's also beautiful. So I'm very curious, if I have several ideas that are probably around one thing, can I go to you in that preliminary stage? Or do you want the 4 paragraphs?
No, so the way it works is you might have an idea for a proposal. So the proposal comes first, and then we work with you to develop the proposal into the call for papers, which is what you see. However, if you've got millions of ideas, I suggest you talk to Peter and make him help you put it into a proposal before.
I've been doing that for years.
Yeah, yeah.
And the on, is that perpetual?
No, we have we had something with no on that I was involved in recently. Can't remember. And I did in extremism.
Right.
So I went from on to in. Yeah.
Thank you.
But it doesn't have to be on, but it often is on. Anybody else got a question?
Yes.
Or a comment, or? Is there a call open right now?
No, not open right now.
No.
There's a few coming up.
There's a whole load in the pipeline that are almost about to emerge.
And you can find us. You can find us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Because in case you weren't aware, LinkedIn is the new social media of academics. That's where we're at.
I'm just going to leave that there. Any other questions, comments? Nothing? You got nothing? Catherine.
On communication, when you say just get in touch with us, is that email or you group?
Email. There's an info at performance research.
Yes, yes,
something.
I have that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Clara. Yes, we have, so you may have missed this, we have 12 associate editors who are all tethered to us for the rest of their lives, who are fantastic and amazing. Jasmine and Theron are here with us today. And Felipe is the person who is the boss of them.
I'm not the boss, I'm just the secretary.
I'm joking. He's the secretary for the associate editors, and the associate editors are all over the world. And so what we do is we assign two associate editors. Well, they choose to work on a particular issue together in pairs, but they don't know anything about whose issue it is or who's contributing. So we keep the peer review process anonymous. So they submit via the journal office their reports back, and then they come back to the editor of the journal on draft 2. So the journal editors work with the authors from abstract to refining draft 1, and then draft 2 goes to 2 associate editors for each issue.
You have three layers of support. You have an open face interaction with Helena or myself, or sometimes even Richard, if he's still around, like working for the journal. Then you have the peer review layer that is with the associate editors, and then either Helen Gethin or Helen, what's that? Pendry, the two Helens that are the managing editors, they will accompany you throughout the process, and they pretty much run the journal. And so one of the wonderful things about performance research, having worked both as a guest editor and associate editor and now deputy editor, is that the amount of support that the Helens give, they basically take you through the process. They send you the files, they tell you what the files are due, you give them the files, they take care of the proofreading, of the peer review at every one step. And so you are really left to take care of the more creative and conceptual work of the issue. And that's a great privilege in this day and age.
Yeah. Hi. No, sorry. You propose an issue, topic, a theme. Yeah. You say, I want to write about exits and endings, and you send us a proposal, and then we then meet a couple of times a year to assess all the proposals, and then we'll, if we think it's got legs, we'll send you back feedback on your proposal, quite detailed, and ask you to work it into a call for papers, which we'll also give you feedback on. So it's a very curated and supported process. Oh.
Yeah, you can take a break. So performance research doesn't have special issues. All of our issues are guest edited. And so you propose an issue in a few paragraphs, then the process that Helena just outlined happens. And then once your call for paper is out, you receive proposals for the issue, you review them, you invite them to develop into articles, and once you receive first drafts and giving feedback to those first drafts, then they go to peer review.
But I think are you asking about what if you wanted to submit an article to a... Okay, but so you, aka every you, can also submit once the call for papers goes up and you like the sound of the issue, like Barry, you can submit a paper for consideration. It's usually first abstract, then if you're invited, first draft, which the editors respond to, then second draft, which goes out for peer review to the associate editors. Anybody else?
And then also more editorial support after peer review as well.
Yeah, proofing and stuff. Yeah. Anything else anybody wants to ask? No? Catherine? No? Yes?
On the, it was very interesting to me, this is about AI. Besides, you know, the usual background on the article and how to do your references, it said any use of AI must be cited. And I wanted to really commend you for that. You know, I mean, I've been working on that with students, but just, you know, how we wrestle with that is really important. And I'm curious, in your editorial process, are you really careful with work and how you know, the scraping that goes on across all these platforms, you know, what, have you negotiated that? Have you thought about that? And just thank you for putting that in.
Yeah, we have thought about it a lot. We think about it all the time. Well, I can't speak for anybody else. I'm nervous about it. I'm nervous about getting caught out. So we really carefully read and try and sort of do detective work on things that come in. And more recently, it's been more of an issue, obviously, than previously. But I guess it's something facing all of the disciplines. We also are invited by Routledge to engage, because Routledge is the bigger publisher that publishes the journal, to engage in seminars and discussions about AI, AI as things are evolving. Theron, this is going to kill me. I'll let you answer.
It is worth noting that the material then is owned by Routledge, or not owned, yeah, owned by Routledge, and they do have, they've sold the AI harvesting rights. So whatever you publish, I mean, it's the same that's true anywhere with a for-profit publisher, that your article is now up for grabs by AI harvesters.
But everything.
Yeah.
Everything we've ever written is in there. Well, for me anyway. I can find everything.
Fair enough. But yeah, Routledge are profiting from that arrangement.
Yes, they are.
Which is an invitation to double check your contracts before you're signing, because there are clauses in which you can keep to and extend your copyright. Hackerons taught me that, by the way. Hack is very good at spotting those little clauses that keep your copyright. No, I mean, they're still being fed to the machine.
It's a plug maybe for my article forthcoming in the On Journals issue about the the political economy of academic publishing, which does bite the hand that feeds it. I'm quite critical of Taylor and Francis, who are basically like an oil company that doesn't have to pay for the oil. We're the ones making it.
Watch out for the issue on journals coming up in performance research.
All right, I think we'll wrap it up on that happy note. Thank you all for coming, and don't forget to submit.
Someone already approached you and said, "Yeah, this beautiful
Cek satu dua. Cek satu dua. Cek.
Langsung kan? They will be very happy to share their experience and thoughts with us today. Professor Sean Metzger, professor at the UCLA School of Theater, Film, and Television. He is the author of China Sloat's Fashion Performance Race 2014 and the China's Atlantic Seascapes and the Patriarchality of Globalization, both from Indiana University Press. The latter won awards from the American Theater and Drama Society and the Association for Asian American Studies. A former editor of Theater Journal, he has also co-edited several special issues of journals, Cultural Dynamics, Third Text, and Asian Diasporic Visual Cultures and the Americas, and several books, including Embodying Asian American Sexualities, Features of Chinese Cinema, Technologies and Temporalities in Chinese Screen Cultures, Awkward Stages Plays About Growing Up Gay, and the Methuen Drama Handbook of Gender and Theater. And he was also president of PSI from 2016 to 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, please give applause to our speaker, Dr. Sean Metzger. Dr. Metzger is going to talk about queering the archipelagic. Yes, Dr. Sean, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me? You can hear me. Fine. Can I have the first slide, please? Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming, and thank you for the introduction. I want to thank the conference organizers for the invitation to deliver this talk today. Jasmine asked me to discuss queer archipelagics in particular, so I said yes. To respond to this request, I have been reviewing and reconsidering my scholarship on islands in the context of thinkers and artists who have inspired my various projects. Tracing this genealogy focalizes questions of desire, sexuality, gender, and normativity as they emerge through archipelagic frameworks and explicate how critical insularity comes to matter. So these two slides, one is Guadeloupe. Sorry, still the first slide. Go back, thanks. So the one on your left is Guadeloupe, and it is taken right before the Slavery Museum was being built. And the other one is a gay club in Manhattan I used to frequent with some naughty boys called Drip. And I've been thinking about those two images as I've been thinking about how to prepare this talk and with the kind of contradictions they engender. For me, critical insularity is both a theoretical and empirical exercise. I'm going to parse my thinking in two movements with a brief interlude in between them. Throughout the talk, I have included a wide range of citations to demonstrate how archipelagics and performance have long been and continue to be conjunctive modes of thinking that have been and could be further mobilized to address different problems in performance studies. From my perspective as someone who works on Asian migrations and also Caribbean studies. So next slide, please. So movement one, family constellations. Celestial navigation, seeing how the stars align, is part of how Oceania seafarers traverse the Pacific. The emphasis on travel and its relationship to kinship structures is one issue that Apeli Haufa elaborates in his influential 1994 essay, Our Sea of Islands, which charts understanding of archipelagos and their Pacifica populations as fundamentally interconnected rather than isolated. At the time of writing the essay, he had shifted his views from dependency theory to an economic and cultural model that stressed reciprocal exchange. And although he does not discuss performance as such in his essay, he does describe many things that are ripe for performance studies analysis, including, for example, the commodification of kava ceremony into a wellness drink. Methodologically, the essay also demonstrates how to cross scale, moving from what might seem to be a desultory collection of small quotidian acts to a theoretical revision of world systems theory. How Haufa's attention to kinship and scale informs my own. However, his descriptions of kinship and trans-Pacific movement do not quite get me where I want to go. To elaborate his assertions, I turn to paradigms from Asian American studies, which has long dealt with how and why we might queer kinship in relation to migration. In other words, I bring Haufa's and others' work on archipelagos together with a queer Asian Americanist performance lens. The merging of these analytical frames exposes the heteronormativity that sometimes structures archipelagic work, especially in the Caribbean. Next slide, please. So my own thinking about these issues owes a great deal to the scholarship that burgeoned in the 1990s on queer diasporas, and that took book form in the following decades with works by Gayatri Gopinath, Olivia Koo, Manala San, and others. Next slide. Building on an essay he published in the 1990s, David Eng's 2010 text, The Feeling of Kinship, Queer Liberalism, and the Racialization of Intimacy, elaborates a methodology consonant with his fellow travelers that explicated queer diaspora to explore migrations in the global system. This is a longer quotation. Not through a conventional focus on racial descent, affiliation, and biological traceability, but through the lens of queerness, affiliation, and social contingency. He continues, the methodology of queer diasporas draws attention both to the nostalgic demands of diaspora and to a history of modernity built on the forgetting of race. It declines the normative impulse to recuperate lost origins, to recapture the mother or motherland, and to valorize dominant notions of social belonging and racial exclusion that the nation state would seek to naturalize and legitimate through the inherited logics of kinship, blood, and identity, end quote. Although in much of my writing I have resisted diaspora as an overly capacious term, I nevertheless find Eng's formulation useful because it articulates queer not as an exceptional case of migration, but rather as fundamental to the circulations of Chineseness to which I have attended in most of my oeuvre. As many of you know, my academic work has been motivated in part by the structures of kinship that have been ruptured, reassembled, and in some cases re-engineered in the wake of transnational migrations and, at a different scale, expulsions from traditional family units. In this regard, performance, queer affiliations, and islands loom large on my Chinese side. Next slide. So let me explain. This is Angel Island, by the way, and the detainment center is the focus. Like many Chinese men between 1910 and 1940, my grandfather arrived as a paper son in the US through the immigration station at Angel Island, which lies in San Francisco Bay and is now managed by the California State Park System as part of an archipelago, including its better-known cousin Alcatraz and several islets, including the artificial Treasure Island, which was a military base. Rather than consanguineous relations, paper sons are performative kindred. To elaborate, my grandfather rehearsed signs of intimate relation, information like how many steps from the ancestral home to the well, the name of his third brother, etc., in order to convince an audience of immigration officials that he was, indeed, the progeny of a Chinese resident in the US during the exclusion era. Consistent and repeated testimony in this regard produced legal entry and eventually opened a pathway to American citizenship. Next slide. It's my grandparents. His speech was thus, thank you, was thus in terms of the strain of performance theory influenced by ordinary language philosophy, a felicitous performative. That process took place on an island precisely to ensure the containment of undesired migrants. Thus, the phenomenon of paper sons, in which blood ties are reimagined via performance, took advantage of the island's qualities of isolation. The dramaturgy of the immigration interview remained constant in this space, so those who knew the rules could subvert them. This kind of insularity, that is bringing into focus the island as carceral geography, is one affordance of queering archipelagic thought, and something to which I will return. My grandmother followed her eventual husband as a Chinese picture bride, fulfilling a contemporary practice of traffic in women, mobilized in service of a particular strain of Confucian capitalism. Following Gail Rubin's well-known revision of Marxist theory to account for women's oppression, we can see in the example of my grandmother a gendered iteration of 20th century American racial capitalism, that is, the mostly male Chinese labor force that furthered projects of US industrialization both incorporated and benefited from the selective exchange of Chinese women, a system well established before the advent of capitalism as such. How does queering an island help us understand this formulation? In the US, Chinese women were specifically restricted by the 1875 Page Act, a piece of legislation passed in the fury of anti-Chinese sentiment that swelled during the 1870s. The act specifically targeted the immigration of any subject of China, Japan, or any Oriental country to the United States, and even more pointedly cemented a link between Asian women and sex work, as it noted that the importation into the United States of women for the purposes of prostitution was forbidden. Next slide, please. As a sidebar, this kind of understanding of Asian women has been traced into the present via Laura Kang's book, Traffic in Asian Women, which details in part the intra-Asian exchanges of sex slaves, especially in light of the comfort women that served the Japanese archipelago and the larger empire. That's not really my focus today. My point here is that the Angel Island, for its female residents, reinscribes a long tradition of insular fantasy that posits Asians and people of color more generally as exotic creatures ready and waiting to be fucked. I'll return to this issue as well. So one last account of my lineage is worth noting in the context of islands, and that is my maternal great-grandfather's passage to Cuba. The wake of this voyage directs my attention to the larger Plantationocene, a term that has been used in lieu of the Anthropocene and the Capitalocene, and offers a number of affordances in relation to an archipelagic analysis. As Anna Singh has noted, this term evokes the heritage of a particular set of histories involving what happened after the European invasion of the New World. Cuba is especially interesting because it highlights the systems brought into being in the wake of manumission, when the coolie becomes both a stopgap in terms of the transnational slave trade and a linchpin in terms of emergent global racial capitalism by disaggregating finance, product, and essential low or non-paid labor. Next slide. I've argued in my essay, Ripples in the Seascape, which appeared in Afro-Hispanic Review in 2008, that the coolie opens the conceptual unit of the Atlantic by forcing an account of workers who are thought to belong to different oceanic frames and economies, namely the Pacific Rim and the Indian Ocean. As Lisa Yun has pointed out in her book, The Coolie Speaks, Chinese Indentured Laborers and African Slaves in Cuba, quote, the appearance of corporeal liberty under contract, that is the notion that they, the coolies, supposedly were not bodily enslaved, is thoroughly undermined by the very use of contract technology to particularize and mobilize Chinese precisely as bodies to be enslaved, end quote. Here, two purportedly discrete systems, chattel slavery and indentured coolie labor, eventuated into similar conditions of servitude, with racialized subjects toiling on Cuban plantations and bound to their owners, who masqueraded as mere employers. There are several useful directions that an analysis of the Plantationocene performance and the queer archipelagic might take. My own work on this case study emphasized notions of freedom and belonging insofar as they can be gained by examining a 19th century document commissioned by the Spanish, Chinese, and Americans to investigate conditions in plantation sites. Ultimately, the study, known as the Cuba Commission Report, also functioned as a necrology, since it details the horrific ways that workers died, perhaps most horribly by coolies hurling themselves into boiling cauldrons of sugar or onto mountains of guano. A queer archipelagic framework highlights the nuances of kinship as individuals coordinated their simultaneous demise. In this case, the Plantationocene produces a certain kind of semi-personhood, a general condition described in part by Hannah Arendt as follows. A man who is nothing but a man has lost the very qualities which make it possible for other people to treat him as a man. Giorgio Agamben took these ideas and developed them in his writings on bare life. Although he exemplified this notion through the figure of the Mussulman, those people forced to dwell in the Nazi concentration camps, it is worth reminding ourselves that Achille Mbembe amplified the racial element of this construction and also brought a colonial lens to this analysis of the living dead through the term necropolitics. Neither Agamben nor Mbembe dwell on queer folks, although the reference to Nazi death camps ought to evince such linkages. In any case, long before these thinkers catalyzed critical theory, Haitians had created a long tradition of zombies that might be useful to bring into this framework in terms of Caribbean plantations specifically. So here we can think of Catherine Dunham and her work on zombie wives, for example. Whatever else the Cuba Commission report might have been, it is an archive of death performed, or again, a necrology. Of note here are the sections that simply delineate the coordinated suicides undertaken by Chinese men. In this vein, simultaneous hanging becomes one preferred choice to die as an ensemble. My point here is to note that the conditions of the plantation are replicable. And so we see variations of these orchestrations of mass chosen death in contexts from Igbo Landing, Georgia, to the Pupatan in Denpasar. Next slide, please. The idea that the structures attendant to colonialism in general and plantation economies more specifically recur systematically, if in individuated fashion, is one of the points made in Antonio Benitez Rojo's book, The Repeating Island, which appeared in 1989 first in Spanish and then in English translation in 1996. As he explains, the Caribbean machine, whose flux, whose noise, whose presence covers the map of world's histories, contingencies, creates today's Atlantic, NATO, World Bank, New York Stock Exchange, European Economic Community, etc. Because it was the painfully delivered child of the Caribbean, whose vagina was stretched beyond continental clamps, between the economienda of Indians and the slave-holding plantation, between the servitude of the coolie and the discrimination toward the criollo, between commercial monopoly and piracy, between the runaway slave, settlement, and the governor's palace. The machine, that is the particular kinds of colonial matrices imposed on islands and the resistance to them, produces and reproduces small island states and the archipelagos of which they are part, as the engine that eventually drives globalization in its many iterations. This is part of my argument in the Chinese Atlantic about how capitalism advances and morphs. The concerns that Benitez Rojo, I, and others identify share a mutual investment in political economy. However, recent work in environmental humanities and science and technology studies bring other considerations to the fore. Here, it's worth revisiting Anna Singh's conversations with Donna Haraway on this topic. Haraway identifies the characteristics of the plantation as follows: radical simplification, substitution of peoples, crops, microbes, and life forms, forced labor, and crucially, the disordering of times of generation across species, including human beings. The plantation is productive not only because it stages the relay between what Marx called primitive accumulation to what Harvey terms accumulation by dispossession, but also because it reorders relationships between human and non-human. Established performance studies work like Jennifer Parker Starbuck's essay Becoming Animate, to more emergent voices like my colleague Angela Robbins's of Monster and Mothers, along with the dissertations of most of my recent graduate students, I'm very late to the party here, including Clara Welch, who is in the audience, have persistently pushed me out of my anthropocentric worldview. We see this argumentation moving through what Karen Barad has called multi-species interaction, but also through the way the human is continually redefined through the plantationocene. To this juncture, then, I've illustrated 3 points about queer archipelagics by revisiting the empirical circumstances of my ancestors as addressed in my previous writing, but now recast in relation to different sets of interlocutors. The queer archipelagic illuminates and is shaped in my analysis so far by 3 overlapping functions of islands: the carceral, the exoticizing, and the repeating, the slash notion deployed in terms of the recalibration of both political economy and human and non-human through the plantation. Next slide, please. For any archipelagic theory, as we heard from Paul, but especially those of us whose ideas are saturated with intellectual waves of the Caribbean, the preeminent philosopher is Edouard Glissant. For me, he is one of those sometimes frustrating but ultimately enriching Martinican heteronormative men, like his compatriots Aimé Césaire and Frantz Fanon, whose theorizations I have sought to critique and extend. All of them have engaged performance in one form or another, and incidentally, all of them tried their hand at playwriting at least once. However, I find them especially useful for the ways in which they set scenes and curate their writings, moving across personal anecdote, analysis in various registers, and inquiry that combines quite distinct modes of expression, that is, for their performative writing. It should be no surprise that given his expansive lexicon of errantry or wandering, that is errance, of relation, of the world as a totality, that Glissant sometimes introduces China in his prose. And if you know the Chinese Atlantic, you know that I am critical of those brief mentions. Notwithstanding my criticisms, Glissant remains generative, and I take a similar stance when I think about queering his Pensée archipélique. In an off-cited passage from Treatise on the Whole World, published in French in 1997 with an English translation in 2020, Glissant justifies his intellectual project. Archipelagic thinking suits the pace of our worlds. It has their ambiguity, their fragility, their drifting. It means being in harmony with the world as it is diffracted in archipelagos, precisely these sorts of diversities in spatial expanses, which nevertheless rally coastlines and marry horizons. The thinking of the archipelago, the archipelagos, opens these seas up to us. In French, this last line reads, La pensée de l'archipel des archipels nous ouvre ses mers. Seas and mothers are homonyms in French, so we would be correct in connecting the sea to a kinship relation. Reading Glissant further clarifies this idea. Writing of the Creole societies of the Americas, Glissant argues they are, quote, founded in a obscurity, that of the belly of the slave ship. He continues, this is what I call a digenesis. It's a strange word, digenesis, digenèse in the original French, but it literally means reproduction by 2 methods. For example, sexual and non-sexual. For me, it is the crux of Glissant's potential contribution to a queer archipelagics. He mentions it in the passage I just cited in relation to a new kind of subject that emerges from the abyss of the slave ship and the depths of the ocean. The slave trade obviously broke traditional lineages of kinship and language. In this regard, the condition of errance or errantry pushes people into new relations, but with some tie to a past that has been obscured by colonial impositions and the exigencies of modes of production. So he has, of course, almost consistently always said capitalism is the mode of production, but we could think of things like maroon communities or something else as well. We can think in this regard of a non-human example like sugarcane, which can be propagated via seeds, but is far more likely to be reproduced through cuttings because you get a more consistent crop. Cane is central to the plantationocene, and thus we can see that non-normative reproduction is certainly not in and of itself liberatory. The digenesis of sugarcane fuels the engine of transnational capitalism along with the racialized workforce that sustains it. In this example, queer archipelagics might have a diagnostic function, but not an emancipatory one. This formulation shapes the background for what I have elsewhere called critical insularity. That concept is one I developed together with Fernando J. Hernandez Adrian, a scholar from the Canary Islands, and Michaeline Critchlow, a scholar from St. Lucia, both of whom are expansive Caribbeanists, in a research stream that culminated in a 2014 third text issue entitled Islands, Images, Imaginaries. That issue ends with a cluster of 3 essays that addressed first Asian diasporic and then Asian populations. The essays were purposely curated to take folks from island sites in the Atlantic and Caribbean to the Pacific, with examples from Singapore and Taiwan. So that was probably my first effort to try to link some of Buisson's theories to be relevant to island sites from Mount Pelée and the Rocher du Dimont that Paul discussed yesterday. But it was written, they were written by other people, so they didn't quite do what I wanted them to. Okay, so second movement. I pick up here that general movement towards Asia and offer 3 really brief examples that illustrate and extend, but also complicate some of the propositions I've put forward. All 3 illustrations that follow have been addressed at some point in my own work, although I'm retooling my analysis in light of the queer archipelagic frame I've been sketching. Next slide. So I return first to a performance artist who made his way into my first book, Chinese Looks. The figure I have in mind is Seng Huangqi, a queer Chinese Canadian-American artist who collaborated with the likes of Bill T. Jones and Keith Haring before passing away from AIDS complications in 1990. He had a solo career as a photographer and is probably best known for taking self-portraits dressed in what he understood to be a Mao suit, adorned with an identification badge that read "Slut for Art." Seng took portraits on location, frequently in front of various monuments or recognizable tourist landscapes. One of my arguments in Chinese Looks is that Seng develops a queer style that plays off the long tradition of American yellow peril discourse. He performs a kind of socialist Chineseness out of place in Western civic and ecological worlds. Moving through particular places constructed during the Cold War, including Cape Canaveral and Disneyland, I found that he embodies the historical contradictions of the period, including overlapping concerns about immigrant and outer space aliens, as well as socialist and capitalist modernities. Seng's later work tended to emphasize environmental scenes. Queer Archipelagics helps think through some recurring issues across his photographic series. Here we might consider this image, 3 Mile Island, Pennsylvania, from 1988. The image depicts 3 Mile Island, where an accident took place in 1979 involving leakage of nuclear material from this facility into the surrounding environment. Seng's portrait returns focus to islands as spaces of containment and the overlapping anxieties around contamination in terms of communism, race, and nuclear fallout. The American discourse on China during the Cold War involved precisely these fears, easily materialized through the figure of the Chinese spy and the more general arms race with which Seng's work plays. It's the latter issue that queer archipelagics amplifies in this case by suggesting iteration through the photograph. The island repeats as test and/or containment site. From Bikini to 3 Mile Island to Japan's Fukushima, the isle offers an ostensible safety valve for contamination. Yet we know that testing on atolls and other Pacific places has resulted in radiation ecologies, as Elizabeth Delogre's work has shown, in which all of us born after a certain moment can be recognized in part by the radioactive isotopes we carry. Containment has failed and resulted in an alteration of the human. Next slide. The second example is by another performance photographer, but one who plays with tropes of the feminine exotic. Yuki Kahara is an artist I discussed briefly in my introduction with Roberta Mock to the Methuen Drama Handbook of Gender and Theater. Of Samoan and Japanese descent, Kihara identifies as Fa'afine. She composes, which is a third gender category in Samoa. She composed a series of photos called Paradise Camp, which were exhibited at the Venice Biennale in 22, together with a recorded loop of herself playing Paul Gauguin and a live lecture performance. So this is obviously the original Gauguin. And next slide, please. And this is the Fa'afine restaging it. So with her community, she restaged some of Gauguin's famous tableaux, like this one, taking the colonial gaze and flipping the script. Kihara represents a counter-archive that centers indigenous desires in an aesthetic move that she calls indragonous. For me, this is not a simple substitution or even a surrogation, because there's an intention to confound the post-colonial or neo-colonial order by forcing indigenous perspectives into hegemonic visualities. Paradise Camp exposes the incongruities produced through the brush of a notorious voyeur, Gauguin, by rearranging circuits of capture and display that bring Fa'afine from Samoa to Venice. Fa'afine as a category might be seen to contest Western gender norms, but Kihara would seem more invested in reviewing ways of seeing and working from the inside out. Look again, her work says. What is the epistemology that allows the beholder to assume understanding of what is seen? What happens if the objects of the gaze reenact a scene for their own opaque desires? Kihara's is not a project investing in knowledge passed through time immemorial. Instead, the Indragonous demonstrates the decidedly modern sensibilities of an indigenous population who takes hold of a colonial apparatus and makes it produce differently. Next slide. Lastly, I want to mention Maria Magdalena Campos Pons, a Chinese-Nigerian-Cuban artist living in the US, some of whose work I used to frame the Theater Journal issue I edited on Minor Asias, and whose work on sugar my former student Sarah Lewis Capillari has discussed in great detail, and very smartly, I would add. Here, I just want to point out the ways she brings us back to the Plantationocene with a piece like Finding Balance, which you see here. Campos Pons performs as her alter ego FIFA. Through 28 large format Polaroids, Campos Pons brings into equilibrium, or perhaps relation, the different components of her background. For her, the personal scales up to a larger human condition of the fractured subject, who recognizes both what is given and what is opaque in her familial story. The white makeup made with Cuban cascarilla from her hometown contrasts with the Asian dress. She didn't find out she was part Chinese until she was invited to the Guangzhou Triennial in 2008. The bird cages recall a Black feminist genealogy in her work, perhaps mostly closely linked to the American poet Maya Angelou. FIFA often makes a live appearance at Campos Pons exhibitions, asking visitors to participate in various decolonial rituals, and often carrying sugarcane to help them. She is always displaced, yet generative, for FIFA embodies the co-constitution of racialized populations born across oceans in the service of creating wealth for others. These people whose kin have often been submerged in the depths have survived as relational beings and continual processes of creolization. To sum up, I've tried to demonstrate that performance and archipelagos have long been intertwined both on an empirical and a theoretical level. From my view, queer archipelagic performance, as I've outlined it today, as part of a larger inquiry of critical insularity, is a precondition for my and many people's existence. I see it as a diagnostic tool that brings into relief the island as carceral, as exotic, as a mode of governmentality, and as a mode of production that we label the plantation. Queer archipelagics might be understood as a methodology that can help performance studies scholars cross-scale in terms of individual to larger units of analysis, to explore kinship as iterative rather than fixed, to think about capitalism as destructive and productive, often for the same population. It should further foster interdisciplinary conversations that combine, as I've hoped to demonstrate, the Caribbean and the Pacific, Black studies, and Asian diasporic studies. I see artists queering archipelagos in their demonstration of how indigenous populations shape the present through theatrical play with temporality and the tactical redeployment of the technologies so often harnessed against them. Always partial archives are reassembled to create new desires and ways of being in a world that is increasingly relentlessly oppressive. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to call our last but not least, keynote speech for today, coming from originally, sorry, originally coming from. Yeah, but she is more Indonesian. So, Diane Butler is a dance movement artist, teacher, and cultural program director and independent associate professor. Oh, from the USA, sorry. Based in Bali, Indonesia since 2001 with 4 decades of artistic collaboration across the Americas, Europe, and Asia. She is the co-founder of Dharma Nature Time, a cooperative international foundation supporting interculture in cultural environment through sharing in the arts, religiosity, and nature. She holds a PhD in Kajian Budaya from Universitas Udayana in Bali and serves on the editorial and academic review boards of several arts and humanity journals. Her work focuses on dance movement arts, intercultural and interreligious creativity, intangible living heritage, conservation of cultural and natural heritage sites, participatory, practice-based methods, and cultural educational programming. She's going to talk about why and how learning from the Encyclopedia Arsitektur Tradisional Bali by Sulistyawati 2021 matters. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Diane Butler.
Selamat sore, good afternoon. How's everybody doing? This is keynote number 7. Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. And thank you so much for keynote number 6. So I already made a promise to a few people, which was if there's anybody who would like to come and sit on the floor, lie down, and listen to the talk, it's fine with me, because different people can take in materially information in different positions, different spaces, different ways of being in the world, and this has to do with architecture. So any of those people that I promised that if you wanted to come and lay down or sit on the ground, put your cloth, get off the chair, which is a hegemonic or hegemonic, whichever G that is, thing. It's fine. This is part of the conversation that I'm going to share with you. I'm also going to move around the space. Am I allowed to do that? Yes? I'm allowed to move through the space. Okay. And then before I start to read the paper, this has been a very full couple of days. I mean, seriously dense. A lot of stuff to take in. Okay? So I would like to share with you some very simple physical practices that people can do in their own way and time, their own scale, from the most micro to the larger. Try not to bump into anybody else, that also have to do with this topic about why and how learning from the Encyclopedia of Traditional Balinese Architecture by Prof. Sulistyawati matters. And it has to do with how we are in the space, where we are in the space, and what the space is. We're here in University Kristen, Indonesia. Thank you very much. Lovely invitation. We're in Jakarta. We're in Indonesia. And we're on the earth. And honestly, when I come to the urban landscapes, this is my preface, by the way, I get very disoriented because in traditional vernacular architecture, there are a lot of markings that show you where you are. So please take the next 2 or 3 minutes to look up, look down, look sideways. If you want to go out the door and come back in to feel how is this space shaped, understand this is modern Indonesian something, we're not sure what exactly. The pillars, how many pillars are there? What's the floor like? How high is it from here to there? And you can touch the floor with your hands if you want to, and you can also touch yourself, because vernacular architectures work with the body as the measurement. The body in relationship to how many steps it is. There's actually a name for these things in the encyclopedia. The angle, they have measurements that are like this. They have measurements that are like this. Measurements that are like this. Can you hold this for a moment? And about where we are, where we're facing. And facing in different cultures, of course, has 2 meanings. The face, but also the facing. We have many different kinds of facings, and they're bodily facings, and they have a lot of speaking in them, a lot. I mean, it's extraordinary how much just the facing gives a message or shows something. Or digest something. I mean, I'm not going to get cross about that. I mean, when we squat, it's a certain facing. When we're born, if we're lucky, we get to come out through this face first, not this face, not this, not these. And if we're lucky. And then that womb, which is, a kind of a space, it's also, when you're all talking about formation, I'm like, yeah, it's like forming and, So now I'm going to go to the paper. And when I go to the paper, I'm just going to say that I speak English slower because I've lived in Indonesia for 25 years. And I'm not accustomed to giving a talk in English on this topic. And I'm delighted and really honored to be a part of this circulation. So please think of it more as a story. And then, if you like, in your own mind, your own imagination, how would you shift that story to your vernacular architecture, or where where you reside, where you're from, and also, please, especially, where your students are from. Because they're coming from all over the world, and they're all bringing their vernacular, spatial, bodily worlds with them, wherever they go. If you fall asleep, it's fine with me. If you need to leave, it's okay also. Because I'm of the feeling that if something comes through, all right. If it doesn't, all right. If it comes through later, fantastic. If it comes through 10 years later, fantastic. So I did want to say really thank you that I'm being trusted as somebody who's not an Indonesian to speak about a topic that arose in Indonesia and also at a Christian university, which is my first time in Indonesia, and amongst many Southeast Asian and people who are also experts on questions arising around Southeast Asia. And I want to tell you first about why and how learning from the Encyclopedia Traditional Architecture Bali, written by Sulistiawati and published in 2021, why I think it matters. Amongst all these other very serious topics we've heard over the last day and a half. Actually, the Indonesian edition of this encyclopedia was compiled by a Balinese architect, and she's a Universitas Udayana, emeritus professor in architecture, named Anastasia Sulistiawati. And it was published by Polytechnic International Bali Press in 2021. And I started to engage with the text, comes mostly from my recent affiliation with the Badan Riset dan Inovasi Nasional, the BRIN, the National Research and Creative Agency of Indonesia in 2024 and 2025. And the aim was how to have support an interdisciplinary, culturally informed translation of the entries for the English edition of her manuscript. Before that, I was a volunteer associate professor at Universitas Udayana for 9 years in Kajian Budaya, and that's what they call it, not cultural studies. And I'm also a graduate from that program. And I was the first foreign person to do that, but I didn't know that. But I was more interested in studying with, not studying about. And of course, as a dancer, that's what we do. We try to get as close to the source of something as we can. So after I did that, I also started to realize that, I had already had experience collaborating with traditional artists and contemporary artists. I had worked in many heritage sites in Indonesia in particular since 1997. And from that, it's probably clear to you that I'm more interested in dialogue. That's the space I've always come from, since the beginning. So I don't consider myself to be an expert, and I think that's a good thing, actually. But I do consider myself to be, I consider the idea of interdisciplinarity and culturally informed translation to be something very important. So the methodology, because we're at a conference, is situated within Indonesia's archipelagic context. And it prioritized the knowledge, and they say mother languages. Maybe there's father languages. Mother languages of the culture involved in order to convey a more nuanced understanding of the terms or phrases used in original texts, and to support what translators call dynamic equivalence, which is always a messy matter. But also the ethical question about linguistic cultural representation. And I'll take that up in just a few moments. So, but on the other hand, in view of translation as what we could call an enabler of intercultural understanding and exchange, which some of those big bodies like UNESCO talk about, I also thought that I would like to have periodic informal kinds of gatherings, especially between older people and younger people, local people and visiting people, minglings, where people could just open up the encyclopedia, look at some entries, and then have a conversation about why was that science like that before, and how does that apply now? So I hope that gives a sense of what you all call my positionality. It's always interesting for me to listen to the scholar's language from my dancerly side. So now I'm going to move to what we would call the intellectual lineage of the encyclopedia. And what's interesting is, you know, especially for oral traditions, things that were passed on in non-script forms, there's also a big hegemony in there, and we all know that, and dancers especially know that things that were not recorded or not written down as texts are kind of, we're like usually the third or fourth on the ring in terms of credibility, in terms of being something that matters. And architecture, especially traditional vernacular architectures, are in that group, because most of them were very hands-on and still are very hands-on kinds of practices. But one of the earlier people who tried to lift it up in the literature was a mentor, actually, of Prof. Sulis. His name was Paul Oliver, British professor, an architectural historian at Oxford Brookes University, born in 1927, passed in 2017. And he's known for editing what was called the monumental Encyclopedia of Vernacular Architecture of the World in 1997. It's 3 volumes, and they're actually thinking about digitizing it because it's so expensive to print it. But I think it's actually an example of an early form of inclusiveness, because what Paul Oliver and his colleagues did was they asked people of the places to write the entries. So it was a more reflexive, more self-articulating, generative encyclopedia. And Prof. Sulis studied under him and got her first PhD at Oxford Brookes. At the same time, in Indonesia, especially in Bali, I'm going to say their names because people don't say their names very often. Pak Lebet and his colleagues in 1985, Prijotomo, who's Javanese actually, in 1980, Budi Harjo, also Javanese, 1986, Prof. Sulis Dewati, 1995, 1996, 1997, 2000, 2013. A newer scholar, Dwijendra, 2003. They started to document the particulars of traditional Balinese architecture practices. And they did that by looking at lontar, palm leaf manuscripts, which are usually privately owned, and that continue to inform architectural practice up to today, even when you come to the Ngurah Rai International Airport in Bali. They applied principles from those texts when they designed it. So try to imagine, and this has to do with women in Indonesia, try to imagine Prof. Sulis navigating her first doctoral studies at architecture at Oxford Brookes in 1991 by herself in England with her first child. And then she was invited to contribute an entry about lontars. And that began her process of collecting entries until her 2021, now she's 81, by the way, her 2021 edition in Indonesia has 1,276 entries. This is when Americans want to say, go girl. You know, it's like, yeah, it's like she went out. This is almost the opposite of the colonizing kind of sensation. She went out. She saw something. She saw this big vernacular encyclopedia, and she came home and started working and working and working. Up until today, she's still adding entries to that encyclopedia. It's wonderful. It's very inspiring to me. So this English edition, she decided that there should be a bilingual edition because Prof. Sulis can see how much of vernacular architectures in Indonesia are, what's that word in English? Becoming extinct, not being practiced anymore. And then how that impacts many, many different things. How humans move through space, how humans are in space together, how they interact, how they have a sense of settling, how they have a sense of energized, how they have a sense of wandering and not knowing. Because vernacular architecture actually takes all those kinds of things into consideration. There's even in Bali, in Java I know they have them also, maybe in some of the other ethnic groups of Indonesia. There's something called a balai bengong, which actually means a pavilion of confusion. It's a place where you can sit, and usually men sit there in the late afternoon. It's a patriarchy, what can you do? But it's a place where you actually sit, the air is moving through. You can kind of see enough of the main roads in the village so you have a sense of, yeah, not like security, but you can feel your connection to the other parts of the village. And you just let the wind blow around your mind or complain to your neighbor or just sit there and let the confusion have space and time in the late afternoon. So what I want to say is that the entries actually address many matters that are impacting especially island cultures, but I think also it has to do with this question about the urban and the rural, the question of the hegemony of certain kinds of placements and time, not just the location. It's a huge science. It even says the days that are good to roof the house, the days that are not good, like in Feng Shui, like that. But it's not just in Bali that exists. Because people have been saying over the last day and a half here, you know, Indonesia has, let me see if I can find that again. So many languages that have come through it. It's unbelievable. Even in the encyclopedia itself, there's Malayu, there's Sanskrit, there's Tamil, there's Arabic, there's Dutch. It's all flowing through these sciences. There are teachings about where to place the water well, how deep it should be, how high a building can be when it's next to a certain kind of other building. That's a big one these days. We actually shouldn't be higher than the mosque or the church or the temple in the vernacular traditions. But we are nowadays. We're on the 41st floor in Kuala Lumpur. So these spatial positions are also signaling a lot of things about the human position in relationship to the nature and to something, if you don't use the word God, that's bigger than us. I think even atheists can feel that there's something beyond the agency of the human and the agency of the nature. I'm not going to talk about pollution. I'm not going to talk about plastic, but I could. But I would cry a lot if I did. I do want to say that, you know, also this encyclopedia and the many others in Indonesia, which are not written yet. And if there are Indonesian students here or lecturers, can you imagine if somebody worked on the Badui, if someone worked on the Sundanese encyclopedia, if somebody worked on the Nusa Penida even is different than Bali, if someone worked on the NTT, if somebody worked on the Papua vernacular traditions, so that those sciences could be written down, because there's a big pressure about publication, higher education, and so forth. And who knows, there could be young architects who would like to look back and try to understand how was the house in Manila before? How was the house in that kampung in Jakarta before? It's not a romantic notion, because we can also take those sciences and we can slightly transform them into contemporary forms, and there are some incredible architects who do that. So these sciences are not, they're not like stuck in stone. They're actually quite adaptable. And they're very bodily. I think that's the main thing I would like to really emphasize today. They're filled with sensory, cultural matters, not just esoteric or logic or philosophical in the mind sense. When these kinds of traditions have different orientations also, which has a big impact on cartography. The whole idea that the earth, that the orientation is north and south does not exist in traditional Balinese architecture. It's always the mountain and the ocean. And that changes depending on where you are and when you're there. Because it also has to do with the sun rising, the sun setting. How is the human time in relation to the nature time, in relation to the material? And these are big questions, and they have a big impact on all the things that you are all talking about. Even, pardon me, the setup of this room already has a whole history about the speaker in the front, the listeners in the back. Something's higher, something's lower. But in the traditional space of the Wantilan or the Pendopo, it's a 3 or 4-sided. And often there's a space that's left empty for that thing that's bigger than us. So I'm sure our lovely timekeeper has already held up the 2 minutes, 1 minute. So how about if we just close with one more moment of just look at something else in the space just for a moment. Look to that corner, or look up. Look down. Look at your own hand. Because that's the place where we have to start every day. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Butler. May I please ask the two speakers to come forward to receive questions from the audience? And since all the people sitting on the floor are allowed by Dr. Butler, then I would also allow you to do. Sit, relax, and yes, first session. First question. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone, and the two speakers. So my interest.
Name, please.
Huh? Name. Oh, so my name is Rebecca, and I'm from, and I'm a research assistant in architecture department. So Miss Diane Butler's keynote speech really speaks to me, especially, and probably because I was also involved in a lot of vernacular research as well with my supervisors as well. So, all right, okay, so you mentioned about the extinction of vernacular architecture, and in our practice especially, that has become our concern as well. And the cause of that is mostly the combination of capitalism and ironically Orientalism, because from my reflection as an architecture student, we see this traditional architecture as merely an aesthetic. So we only see it as a front instead of why it is created. But as far as I know from Balinese traditional architecture and your performance about the body of architecture, we know that in Balinese architecture we called it the asta kosala kosali. Basically we measure everything in our surrounding using our body. So every house in Bali is different. We can feel it. It is different because it is based on who is living there and their own body measurement. And that's basically your keynote becomes my reflection as well, because that is what is missing in our architecture practice, is that we only look at the front of the aesthetics of the traditional architecture instead of its embodiment of our body and our culture. Amos Rapoport also mentioned this and becomes our reference as well in our studies of vernacular architecture. So I don't think it's a question, it's more of a reflection and your response to that. So how do we do better with our architecture? And how do we move from only seeing and embodying, especially as a practitioner? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, Dr. Bhatt.
Should I do that one quickly? Okay. Terima kasih. Thank you. So, you know, it's important to realize that, I mean, there are thousands of vernacular architectures in Indonesia. Thousands. If you want to count how many ethnic groups and languages here and masyarakat adat, if I may mention it, because actually the incredibleness of Indonesia, and I'm not being a fanatic, is it is one of the highest biocultural, not just biodiversity, regions on this earth. And you can measure it by how many languages are being used still, how many ethnic groups there are, and the megadiversity of the nature itself. You put it in the one little two sentences, and that will give you a right to go back to the vernacular measurements, because you can show scientifically why language use, why spatial patterns are important to preserve not just biodiversity, but biocultural diversity. Okay? That's my answer.
Thank you. Yes, next question. Yes.
Hi, this is a question for Sean. Thank you so much for your great lecture. I'm curious if you could elaborate on perhaps a temporal dimension of the work on queer archipelagic thinking. I'm thinking about this in relation to I was very struck by the personal genealogical story that you told, and I'm also thinking about, I was also very struck by the mass suicides, the coordinated suicides, and how you think about kinship through that. And in that sense, it's like the extinction of the possibility of a next generation. So I'm thinking about the intergenerational and the kind of temporal inflections that might be embedded in your work, and I'd like to invite you to kind of elaborate on that.
Thanks, Evelyn. So when I started writing, I thought, oh, there'll be something about pleasure in this somewhere, and then all the pleasure fell out. And part of that is because, you know, when I work on the Caribbean, it is often hostile to LGBTQ communities. And so when I was thinking about what it means to queer archipelagics from the sites that I know best, in terms of my research, it's hard for me to think of like, it's hard for me to think of like a generation coming after, or like there being some sort of legacy. Instead, like I'm doing a book on refugees right now. One chapter is on queer refugees, and the stories that refugees tell are horrendous in terms of the treatment from places like Jamaica and other places. That said, there are people who have been, like Matthew Chin has a book on queer Jamaican fractals, like, or thinking about queer Jamaica through fractals. So of course there are queer people in the places that I work in, Martinique and Trinidad, but I think that the kinds of kind of queer life that is in the first slide that I showed is really submerged in that place. And so other kinds of expression come to the fore, and queer means something very different in that particular archipelago. And I think that it's cast a long shadow over my thinking about this. But there are I think other people are better positioned to think through like what would be productive, how you can kind of make that generative in some way.
I guess following along Evelyn's question, I also have a question for Sean. Mainly also thinking through this, Diane's presentation, specifically thinking about like what you mentioned, the carceral, the erotic, the mode of governmentality. They are all kind of predicated on a coerced visibility and visuality. And I'm wondering, in the selection of the constellation of objects that you're engaging with, which also circulate within visuality and aesthetics, is there a potential, or are there gaps where like in your book, Chinese Atlantic, thinking about the seascape as a epistemological method and submerge that don't really surface or encounter a certain kind of visuality. That's my question. Because especially with queerness, and it's somewhat related, but visibility has been used to police queer communities. And even the introduction photo, like the man in any other country in Southeast Asia, that might be like an expose of sorts. Or, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think the visuality, it can be a trap, of course. And I think that one thing that performance studies has done very well is identify visuality as a trap. So I do think there are other kinds of modalities of expression that would lend themselves to the circulation of sexuality and sexual pleasure as well. I think that because I'm working through a very, I think the one example I would give is, when I think of Yuki Kuhara, who is invested in visuality, but is also invested in other kinds of networks that kind of are more about community formation, that are not on the visible level so much, but just on a kind of like creating a kin network that I think does challenge some of the tropes I've been thinking through.
This is a bit of a stretch, but not really. About I think this question also about sense of home and how the human being, whatever gender they are and whatever age they are, there are ways that we can give a sense of safety without closing too much. And that's actually part of the science of vernacular architecture. They actually have sciences that show, for example, that the front gate, the front fence, fence, should be slightly porous, should only be here so that you can see the neighbor walking. That has an idea of visibility that gives safety to the people inside and also to the people outside. May I just add one more thing? This has to do with interfaith dialogue. So I'm going to take it another layer. I think that actually why some of places of prayer in Indonesia before were actually safer was because the architecture were open air. So it meant the Muslim could see the Christian praying. The Christian could see the Muslim praying. The ethnic, this community Adat could see this one, because human beings need at least a little bit of the sensory. It's like, oh yeah, they're doing that. And then we can say, okay, when something's really, really closed off, like in the box, that people can't see or hear, it creates suspicion, doubt, terror, projection about who are those people in that nightclub kind of thing, or who are those people in that church. You could just keep changing the name of what the thing is. That's how I would answer that question about visibility. That particularly in the Nusantara where it's warmer, that you have porousness, and that gives a sense of safety.
We still have 5 minutes if there are more questions. Oh yes, we have one at the back. Another one. One more question from this side? No? Okay, yes.
Hi, I'm RJ. I'm from the Philippines. Diane, I just want to express this before I miss the opportunity. I don't know. I just feel that everything that's happening here in the conference is happening too fast. And I also understand because we need to accommodate everyone. and we have to negotiate. But when you, I don't know what archipelagic flow is, but the moment you speak there, um, you make me feel what archipelagic flow is. um, you give me the sensation, actually. Previously, I was taking every notes. I was preoccupied for my presentation tomorrow. Sometimes I'm being aroused, sorry, ignite by the idea. So I just write on my notebook, and then when you begin speaking, I just put my notes down and stand up and thank you. I stopped thinking, but I feel I'm reflecting gently. And thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to respond?
About the nonverbal world. That's all. Just thank you for us nonverbal types. Thanks.
Well, it doesn't have to be an answer, you know. Okay. Yeah, and anybody else wants to ask question, respond to what the speakers have delivered? Yes. Yes. And after this, Jazz.
I have a question, but it's rather prosaic after that last one. So my name's Anushka. I teach landscape architecture. So it's a question about the vernacular traditions that you're talking about. In the UK, there seems to be a resurgence of vernacular practices from very small landscape or architectural practices, but it's really driven through material practices and the relation of the building or the wall or whatever's being built to the landscape. And I was just, unless is spoken or talked about the body in those vernacular practices that are kind of coming back. So I was just wondering how much material practices or the connection to the landscape was present in your research in Bali, or if it's not spoken about so much, it's a different cultural context. So I was just wondering if, yeah.
Because it was the research of Prof. Sulistiawati, not me.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just trying to translate it to English as best I can. But I did want to say something about sound, because there are words also that I think should not be translated to English. And your talk also brought in about the French and the question of translation. Because they're, how do you say that? Onomatopoeic? Onomatopoeic? They're sound-based words, like a kukul, the kukul for the slit drum. If you say it's a slit drum, it just doesn't, sorry. I think it's just better to call it a kukul. And there are also linguistic things in if we can talk about cultures, the many different layers of Asian queer cultures. They're cultures. There's many, many. They also, I'm sure, have linguistic issues in there that are not translatable to English, that you can just leave as they are. And those also have to do with material culture, like landscape, the kinds of the trees, and there are alternatives. I adore that. There's always alternatives. If you can't do this, try that. If you can't do this, do that. Even someone dies, you can actually keep it a secret until there's a good day. They'll just say the person is sleeping. And then they'll announce it on a good day so as not to disturb the neighbors. Would you like to say something about linguistic turn also?
No, but I will have to say, it made me think of one thing. I think when we think of slowing things down, if you throw yourself in a boiling cauldron of sugar, you do stop production. And so I think when I sort of thinking about Evelyn's question again and Zihan's question as well, there is an attempt by people when they choose to die, they are thinking about people, beyond themselves and a generation beyond themselves, about how those people can live with their sacrifice. So I think that kind of occurs to me.
Yeah, since we don't have, can you just, I feel bad about not giving. Can you make it short? Just, yes, and also the gentleman at the back. Yeah.
Many archipelagic provinces, like in the Philippines, queer folks are being killed and also threatened. So maybe you can talk about your reflections about solidarity and how does solidarity look like, especially when you encode archipelagic epistemology in mobilizing this kind of activism in queering archipelago to resist the threat and the violence towards queer bodies.
I'll be just really quick. I'll just say that I think this connects our papers as well. When people, in their whatever resistance they might do, they are thinking of themselves beyond themselves, but in relation to other things, right? So I think whether that be part of making a different kind of space for someone, or making, giving a potential for someone to live if you die, I think those kinds of moves are attempts to broaden the idea of the human and your own capacity to be generative and to give something to someone else.
Thank you. One more?
Maybe that should be a remark at the end of the conference, but then we cannot change things. So, referring to what RJ said before, I have a feeling like we are not flowing, but we are running all the time here. And there is barely, it's just like breathing out all the time, but no time for breathing in, talking all the time, but very little time for listening. And like, I designed my lecture with a lot of pauses. If I would run through it, it would be 6 minutes of text. If I would walk through it, it would be 12 minutes. And if I swim through it, it would be 18 minutes. So I decided to swim because it's archipelagic. So, yeah, I thought I would like invite everybody to slow down and swim. Thank you.
Thank you for the reminder. I'm sure we are all agree about that. So, thank you very much, Dr. Butler and Dr. Metzger, for the talk this evening. And let's give a big applause to both speakers. Yeah, the sessions for today is over, but I'm sure you have not over for, yes. Okay.
Can I borrow this? Hello, everyone. In the spirit of slowing down, of making space for conversation, of thinking together, following this session in this room, we invite you to stay to join us in small group discussion where we will flow and encounter and think and pause and breathe. And rearrange the architecture of this space in the best way that we can. So move on if you must, but please stay with us if you can for thinking together, which is happening right now. If you are going to stay, I'm just going to get a sense of what's going to happen in this room. I'm going to take a pause. I will have to go. I'm going to ask if we can open the blinds.
Can I ask 30 seconds?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? If you happen to be the owner of these items that we are sharing, you may visit the committee's lost and found in front. There are 4 items. If you happen to be the owner, you can contact our committees. Thank you.
So if you're staying for thinking together, and we hope that you are, we're going to ask you to move now into small group islands. And to do that, we encourage you to take a chair and move towards one of the windows that we've just opened. So we're going to create little islands, little clusters of conversation around these windows. So please take a chair and find yourself a window, and maybe introduce yourself to the people who you also find at that window. So if you're not staying for thinking together, can we just kindly ask you to move your conversation out into the hallway? If you are staying, please come and join us at a window. Any window you like, choose a window. There'll be a friendly apron-clad person at your window. Wherever. Do you want to give them a provocation or a prompt?
I don't care. I think that we can just start with
Yeah, okay, and some introductions. I think we've got 2 groups, one at this window and one at that window, so we can disperse ourselves amongst these 2 groups. Oh yeah, maybe let's move to the open window. Does it? And would you mind shutting the door for us?